Every time the camera's on, you're riding with me through the storm. From the stories to the struggle, yeah, you've been there all along. Late nights, real talk, truth, spilling through the mic, and the chaos crew shows up
every single time.
every single time. You ain't just views, your family. Every comment hits like loyalty. Through the highs and the lows, you ride for me, and that means more than you'll ever.
Colin, what's going on? You call me Drummond. What's going on, legend? All right, Gunny. What's going on, legends? Anyway, you know what? I had my first 2 chicken Kievs tonight for the first time in a long time. Auditing Australia, TJ and Soul. What's going on, legends? Yeah, bro, I was smashing the air drums when everyone joined. When you joined. Hey, what's going on, Rock? Melinda, Kevin, what is going on, legends? I want to turn this fan on because everybody's here. Amelia, what's going on, legend? Yeah, I love chicken Kievs, yeah, but I really went off them for a bit there. And I got a couple of chicken Kievs today and I was fucking stoked I did. MPA, what's going on, Moon? Jugger, what is everyone up to? Sean Bissell, Matthew Aitken, what's everyone up to? What's going on, Creep? Mr. Devils, what's going on? What's everyone up to anyhow? Vandal, what's going on, legend? Jugger, I'm pretty sure I said g'day, but if I didn't, g'day. So yeah, what's the goss? Thank you, Gunny, a bloody legend. So there's a few of my links there. So the first 2 are merchandise links. The top one is Twitter. The second one is my merchandise. The third one down here, where it says the Chaos Chronicles original stickers, that's my Fourth World merch store, where I have all of the like the all over prints and stuff like that. Oh yeah, and of course, oi JJ, you bloody legend. Oi, let's guys, can I just say this, please? Like, sometimes I know people are very, very, very generous and they like gifting me their money and whatnot. So can I just say that if anyone had any plans on gifting me any money tonight, not that I would never ever ask for money, you guys know that. And I am very, very appreciative that you legends are very, very grateful and do that. But this here, so this link right here, as you guys know, I suffer from multiple sclerosis, which is slowly but surely getting worse. You know, there is no cure for multiple sclerosis. And so we're always forever fighting a battle that's called the invisible disease, because generally the symptoms that I deal with, most people can't see. But I mean, if you take a walk down the street with me, you can tell after a while that I'm limping and stuff like that, you know. So what I'm saying is, if anyone is going to be that generous tonight, can you please, if you are that person, this link right here is for the fundraisers for the people who um, go and do the walk for MS. Now, let me give you a quick story, right? So when I was in prison, like a fucking dickhead, doing 9 years with my brother. So my poor mum was basically out here by herself, right? My sister lives in Queensland. She's a single mum. So Mumsy was out here by herself, right? And me and my brother were locked up on the same thing. As you know, I got 9 years, my brother got 6 years, right? And so anyway, we're locked up. My poor mum gets diagnosed with lung cancer. As you guys all know, my beautiful mother, who graces us with her presence every single live, and she is in here right now. Love you, Mumsy. I'm going to tell you a story, right? Because it's important. And so, absolutely heartbreaking news to myself and my brother. My mum was diagnosed with lung cancer while we were in prison. Now, we already felt like fuckheads anyway, as it was, because we were taken away from our family and our mum and stuff like that, and we already felt bad. But then when mum was diagnosed with cancer again, like my mum has been suffering cancer since I've been in grade 2, since I've been 7 years old. My mum has been fighting a different cancer battle every single year. Every time she makes it to remission, she's like within 12 months straight back in that chair again. But anyway, fast forward. So my mum, before she got diagnosed with lung cancer, had emphysema. So was never ever really great at doing good lengths of walking and stuff like that. And so anyway, my mum was doing this to raise money for my condition while I was in prison. I got diagnosed while I was in prison. My mum automatically every year started doing that walk, right? But here's the point of my story is like my mum got diagnosed with lung cancer and could barely walk 200 meters. And that's no joke, right? But my mum still made it to the finish line of that walk every single year while she lived in Melbourne before she moved to Queensland. My mum would do that every single year. And like I'm talking, my mum's just been diagnosed with lung cancer. She literally had 3/4 of her lung taken out. And like she is literally 2-3 months out of hospital and she's bang, come that time of year again, and she's like literally doing that walk again. What a fucking what an absolute weapon of a woman. And that's where I get my strength from, 100%. And you know, but yeah, that's why I say this, guys. You know, it's very important. There's no cure for MS. There are other people in this chat too that have MS as well, and it's sometimes horrible days for us people. You know, I'm gonna go let Zeus in. I forgot I left him out the back. Oh, thank you, Creep. But yeah, look, I'm dealing with it the best I can. I'm very much looking forward to starting new medication in about 2 weeks now, and I'm super excited about that. Which means so I'm off my MS medication at the moment, so my MS is kind of playing up. And but yeah, this new medication is supposed to be like the new like greatest thing, and it's putting people like myself that have multiple sclerosis in remission. And yeah, they're just two words that never went together before. So it's crazy. I'm just gonna let Zeus in, guys. Oi, Creep, I'll show you my dog, bro. As if he wants to jump on. He's the funniest dog.
Every time the camera's on, you're riding with me through the storm. From the stories to the struggle, yeah, you've been there all along. Oh. Late nights, real talk, true spilling through the mic, and the chaos crew shows up every single time. You ain't just fuse your family. Every comment hits like loyalty. Through the highs and the lows, you ride for me, and that means more
Sit down. Sit down. Sit down. Oi, yeah. So as you can see, he's been. Oi, come here, bullfed. Oi. Come here, they want to see you bullfed. As you can see, he's been scratching at his eye. He's got eczema, which all American bullies have mostly. Look at the neck on him. Look at that. Such a big boy, aren't you? A big bullfed.
So here's my love, my thanks, my tune, from Biff to the
What's the medication called? Well, I mean, it really will be useless information to anyone that doesn't have MS, but on the chance that you do have MS. So the medication that I've been on since 2014 is called Gilenya. Gilenya, I'm pretty sure. And so my new medication is called Mavenclad, Mavenclad. And so yeah, this is the first of its type medication. I'm absolutely petrified of needles, even though you wouldn't think so. I'm covered in tattoos. But this is an injectable medication. I only have to have it for 1 week. So I have it for 1 week this year, and then I go back at the same time next year and I have it for 1 week. And then I go back the next year and I have it for 3 days. And then I never ever have to take MS medication again. Fucking thank God for that. I have Steve's cane Corso pup staying tonight. She's very protective, 80 kilos. Yeah, nice. So yeah, this bullfed weighs 80 kilos. So all of my dogs, so I've got 3, and so I imported them all from the States. So my dog's bloodline comes from around your way, Creed. Oh, well, there you go. Yeah, Mavenclad. That's supposed to be the go. Oh, he'd love to give you cuddles right now. He just knows stuff. Don't you? And so I've got a gate up in my room. He's actually banned from my room in the office at the moment because he does have his eczema, and because it's kicking up at the moment, he bleeds everywhere. And my room and this room is the only white room in the house. Rooms. So yeah, I've got my granddaughter's baby gates up, which are enough to keep him out. Hey Biff, sing that one song that goes, oh, you know, I know that one song. I need a dollar. Hey, what about this song, Creek? Tell me if you recognise the words to this song. Now, you won't recognise the song, but the words itself, you most definitely will.
In the deep dark bowls of the underworld, order must be maintained. Without a strict and unforgiving chain of command, chaos is inevitable. What's up, youngster, since you're the new booty? Don't know nothing, I gotta show you about the pecking order. It's the order and how we do things and move things. See somebody gonna
Somebody
tell you
gonna
what to
tell you
do
what to
after
do
I
after
tell
I
that
tell that
motherfucker what to
motherfucker
do.
what
It's
to
the
do.
pecking order. It's the pecking order.
Boy, Gadoosh, Joy, a bloody legend.
It's the pecking order.
No, no apologies. Boy, thank you, Stuart Smith, absolute legend. I know someone with that name. But thank you, legend. Nah, so it's actually, this is actually an Ice Cube song, The Pecking Order, but I turned it into a blues song. Yeah, so the words are the pecking order. So if you know Ice Cube, the pecking order from I think that album's called I think it's self-titled. I think it's called Ice Cube. Oh yeah, that's that song. With the true thing, having heavy intercourse with the world of depression, messing with the wrong bitches, never learn our lesson, stressing, no guessing, never question, even when we plan, we testing, confession, do you still want to meet with the killers, hold accountable for anything you repeat, it's the pecking order. Ask your daughter how we peck when we smoke. You wish your best friend we War and Peace. No, you're fucking right. Yes, that's exactly what it is, bro. War and Peace. Yes, from the War and Peace album. And if you ask me, that's the best album. Like, don't get me wrong. Like, I love all the Ice Cube shit. Like, NWA days and stuff like that. But post NWA days was really good. What app do I make to use? So I use the app. It's called Suno. You've probably seen it advertised. It's actually crazy, and I know there's a lot of people that actually make real music and stuff and they don't like it. But for someone like me, I can't make real music. But yeah, everything that we listen to on my channel is all songs that I've created, either from other people's words, which you have to change a little bit. But all the other songs, like the Chaos Crew and all that, like all of those songs, I wrote myself. That was a double album. Yeah, I love that album.
But you know, one more thing before I do this.
Flashback to 01, Drew. I still say, like, The Chronic was a banging album, obviously, the year 2000. Yeah, Suno's pretty fucking good. I'm going to turn this music down. I've seen one of the... I used to go to the Big Day Out every year, and I never ever thought much of Exhibit as a rapper, but I used to watch Pimp My Ride and shit like that, which is crazy. There's actually a Netflix doco out now saying what really happened behind the scenes there. But anyway, I was at the Big Day Out, and I was Exhibit was on, and I was there with my brother and my cousin. My cousins wanted to go and watch Exhibit, so we did. And yeah, it was a different experience, that one. I'd never seen so many joints lit up in one spot at the one time. It was crazy. Yeah, he goes, anyone that's got one, light it. And it was so fucking crazy. Like, so many joints just went whoosh. Did you gut that bupe? What bupe are you talking about, Gavin? So obviously, you know, guys, I'm pretty transparent about my fucking past, and obviously bupe, what we call bupe over here in the prison system, which is Suboxone, which I'm led to believe it is just as big in the States as it is here in Australia. And yeah, I ran amok on that shit. I did. and I done some things I'm not fucking proud of to get that shit, but it's all stuff that happened. It's all a part of that life, you know. Oi, wait. Rhonda says, I've been sober 15 years. I'm just going to make a warm Milo. Oi, you go. Go, Rhonda. Oi, Papa Greenfinger, what's going on, legend? Corvus, what's going on? Yeah, bloody oath, hey, Mumsy. Well done, Rhonda. Oi, 15 years is a massive milestone. Fucking huge. Oi, Marky P, you bloody legend. Yeah, but like, oi, brother, I'm still not sure what you mean, but like you can be a little bit more specific. Like you're not going to get your comments deleted. We're having a conversation here, you know. But be mindful. You can't use the words like what Persian rugs mean. You know, rugs that are D-shaped. You know those D-shaped rugs. You can't use that word, which is funny because like I don't understand it. Like some people watch YouTube for educational purposes, obviously to learn about D-shaped rugs, and I don't understand it how certain words can like get your fucking page in shite. But yeah, it doesn't make sense to me. Thank you, Papa Greenfinger. Always say, you know what I'm going to do later, guys? Well, maybe not later. But I showed you guys last time we went live. I'll get them from down here. So I still haven't made my So this is what I'm going to do, right? So I did say maybe a month ago, and I got a little bit sidetracked. Well, not a little bit. I am very well known to get fucking very sidetracked very easily. One would blame ADHD. I mean, it's a number of things, but I'm very easily sidetracked. But anyway, what I'm going to do, what I did mention a month ago, is that I was going to design with the moderators in the Discord their own merchandise. And then I was actually laying back there last night and I was like, mate, what better idea? I actually make the merchandise myself, but then it's got its own personal little touch about it. And yeah, no diddy. They've been lighting my page up with strikes and video removals. Oi, brother, they've been going hard. So like, it's been now maybe 2 months. There's been like they done this big overhaul, and like it's very hard the content that we do. So like, I will say, the last week and a half, I've not had one video that I've posted that hasn't been put forward for a 24-hour review, right? So obviously that can put big spanners in the works. And then obviously, so when stuff like that happens, you've got to like, you know, if you don't have pre-recorded stuff, you've got to make other videos and things like that. And yeah, like I've just been really under the pump lately. Like I've been hit with copyrights, and I bet the copyright, fuck you. And yeah, so yeah, it's been full on. No judgment here. I was hitting most drugs when I got out of the army, and now I'm on the way out for my family. Oi, that's the way, legend. That is the way. I say that to people all the time. Do you know what I mean? Like, you know, some people don't have children, but they're close with their family. And I always say this, do you know what I mean? If that right there is not enough for you, like if that person right there that puts all that care and love into you is not enough for you to change your ways, then I don't think anything will ever make you change your ways, you know? Um, Now, in saying that, obviously it takes some people a lot longer to come around. Can everybody come around that's stuck in addiction? Fucking oath. Yep, I think that there's many people in this chat right here that have proven that. I'm fucking one of them, and there's plenty of them in the chat. Yeah, I mean, yeah. Look, I wouldn't say right. I wouldn't say I'm like. I wouldn't use those words. What is? I'll choose my words wisely here. I wouldn't say that I am anti blubberment. Do you know what I mean? But am I against the fucking bullshit narrative that gets put out to people? Fucking oath I am. Am I someone who's been dealt that bullshit narrative? Fucking oath I am. You know what I mean? Of this is exactly why this channel exists. Like I fought the law and the fucking law won. Yeah, they're one big fucking gang that you can't ever beat, no matter how hard you try. Like you can have small triumphs. You know, you can have small triumphs of bet major court cases, which are small triumphs. But at the end of the day, you're just winning the fight. You're not winning the army. Like you're not winning the war. But you know what I mean? Like I've always been that person because like sometimes some people aren't like people and they can't like stand up and say things that they would like to say. And I'm happy to fucking but I am very fucking like I am very not I do not buy into fucking politics at all. Um I spent most of my life in fucking prison where bullshit fucking politics run fucking rampant and yeah, I feel like I am so yeah, I don't do politics. I'm not interested. Oh yeah, creep. So myself, as I'm sure you would be the same. Um, Obviously, like I'm trying to learn as much as I can about you before we do our podcast. I like to know what I'm talking about and whatnot. And so today, doing a little bit of diving on you, brother. Um, that came out fucking wrong. But anyway, when I was diving the net and doing a little bit of fucking looking, I found some music on the internet, bro. That is the same name, bro. I'm thinking it's got to be you. It's got to be you. Politics and corruption go together. Well, fuck. Look, I'll tell you now. There ain't many people that have spent any single time in prison that can tell you that's like that's a fact. You know. Oi, thank you, Rhonda. Oi, thank you. So, I'm not kidding you. I have a reminder every single day on my phone. I'll I'm going to show you just so I can show you that I'm like how legit I am. But this is just how busy I've been lately. So, um, I have to set myself reminders. I've got my MS is bad, blah blah blah. Where my MS affects me is right here, which is where your cerebellum is, which is on. Now I know that I have MS. That is where your memory is. And so anyway, I have to set reminders every day, which is what I do on a daily. And so I've got a daily reminder, and I'll show you. It goes off around 3 o'clock. As a matter of fact, you've actually heard this alarm go off a couple of times during the video. Hey, forever, if you're in the chat, what about this one for yesterday? Go to the post office. Yeah, look. Can you see what that says there? Oh, fucking stupid. Anyway, it says put Jai's Pokemon cards in the post. That was yesterday's alarm. So I had 2 separate alarms yesterday. One was go to the post office. The other one was put Jai's Pokemon cards in the post. All right, so here's the one I was talking about here. Look at that one. And as you can see, that's set for every single day, and that goes off at 3:03 p.m. And it says, write Mick Fife a letter. And that's because I've just been so flat out, and I don't want to forget about it because it's very important to me. If you guys don't know who we're talking about, Mick Fife is the guy that literally spent, I can't remember the years in total, but he was the longest serving Australian solitary confinement prisoner. It was like since the 90s, and he only just got out in the last 2 years. Solitary confinement, like I'm talking 23-hour lockdown. He took the life of an ex-police officer in prison who was a convicted PDF file, right? Doing the world a favour, this guy. Absolutely doing the world a fucking favour. He was this fucking monster of a man that was there to, you know, help our young children because he's a police officer, but what does he try to do and becomes a monster? So what does this legend do? And this was actually a police officer that Mick had dramas with in his life previous, right? And so obviously this guy rocks up to his prison and he's a PDF file and he's an ex-police officer. And, Mick offed him. Forever, you bloody legend. I was just actually talking about you. Only good stuff, of course. I was just showing everyone that my alarms that I have to set every day because I forget shit. And 2 of yesterday's alarms. So the first alarm was go to the post office, and the second alarm was put Jai's Pokemon cards in the post. Yeah, how fucked. And so the guy, right, he literally spent from that time since he took the life of the cop from look, I don't even think it's 2 years ago. Rhonda will be able to, there you go, 30 plus, no TV, no paper, no pens, no visitors, right? So this guy was actually left to his own devices and is still very sane today. And someone who has spent years in segregation, it takes a fucking real man to fucking come out of that place the same person they went in there. Let me tell you that. Because of the mind tricks that are going to be getting played when you're in there. Like I'm talking like if you fall out with the wrong screw when you're in the slot, like this is how fucking easy it is to fuck your life, right? So they have to pass your food through the trap every single day, right? So they're basically waiters for you, yeah? And so get this, every day when you get your meal, the screw says to you, enjoy your meal, mate. And you're like, what? And they're like, enjoy your meal, mate. And you're like, what are you fucking talking about, you fucking muppet? And so obviously you don't want to let them know that you know that they're talking about fucking with your food, yeah? And let me tell you, you don't have many privileges when you are in the slot, yeah? So you take food very fucking seriously. And so I have lit my cell on fire in the slot before because they've been fucking with my food, nearly killed myself twice. Just to prove a fucking point. Don't fuck with a man's food. There's few things in life that you shouldn't do to another human being. Do you know what I mean? and that's one of them. You should never fuck with another human's food. Can you eat it? Ask my mum. My mum's in the chat, yeah? My mum will tell you how skinny I've got at times in the slot because I refuse to fucking eat, because we don't get the same buy up as the rest of the prison, yeah? So the prison, they can get fucking lollies and all this fucking mad shit, but you can basically get noodles, like, and for, yeah, bro, crazy, eh? So creep. So like ramen noodles, we call them noodles over here, yeah? So like we get like meager ring noodles, and that's about the only thing that you can get of any substance, like sustenance, that will fucking at least have your brain thinking that you've got something in your stomach. Because I can tell you, nothing will send you crazier faster than having no food. I promise you. Like, yeah, that shit fucks with you. He now cooks his own meals after work and has come to terms that he's never getting out. And you know what? And this is exactly why I done a video on Mick, yeah? Because I feel for Mick. I've been in prison with plenty of Micks before, yeah? And as a matter of fact, so like I've made mention, I've done prison with a lot of Rhonda's family, yeah? And I hold them very close to my heart, actually. We were very tight. And so, but yeah, see, my mumsy just said, yeah, pretty bad times. And yeah, so like I can tell you, there's nothing worse than when you've just been slapped with a 9-year sentence and you've just been charged with another attempted murder in prison. There's nothing worse than having to get on the phone to your mum and say, oh, like, I'm in the slot again. And like for my mum, that was like nothing new. Do you know what I mean? I was always in there. And mum goes, well, what are you in there for this time? I said, well, they're alleging that I tried to kill someone, you know. And very heartbreaking, obviously, for my mum. And yeah, another things in my life that I'm very shameful of, you know, that I've had to relay across to my mum, that I quite possibly am not going to get it out now, you know. And then yeah, that guy pulled through. I got charged with attempted murder, and then yeah, I spent 19 months in the slot on that one. And then one day, I just got this bit of paper under my door, and it was from the fucking CIU. It was the Mount Macedon CIU, actually. And yeah, they said due to lack of witness cooperation, that we will be dropping all charges. So fucking up the wazoo. Happiest day of my life. But yeah, never, ever, ever allowed to step foot in a medium security prison again. So just to be like transparent, I got to that prison 6 hours before I went to the slot, yeah? So I'd been at that prison for 6 hours. 6 fucking hours, yeah? And I'm already an A2 asterisk. I shouldn't have even been at a B rating prison, but the riot just happened at MRC, and they were like, do you want to go to Loddon? And I was like, yeah, I do. And like knowing damn well that they've made a fucking grave mistake, I'm an A2 asterisk, right? That's the highest security rating you can get here in Victoria. And prisoners like me should not be allowed. Now, I would have behaved. I would have 100% behaved. Now, let's just say all these behaviours are alleged anyway. But yeah, it's one of those kind of, you know, you or them type deals. But anyway, obviously I was innocent and found no charges ever went ahead. So, yeah. Yeah, that's my beautiful mum, Creep. That's my absolutely beautiful mum. Yeah, my bro lived on noodles for 5 years and gave all his money to his son. He didn't get to see. He made the mistake of going out with an ex-corrupt cop. Damn. You know what? I'll tell you a funny story, right? I was at Port Phillip, and as you know, it's maximum security. And at this stage, I'd been locked up for maybe 5 or 6 years on my 9-year sentence. And I go out onto the visit one day. My mum comes into the visit. My mum, my beautiful mum, used to come in and visit me and my brother. My brother, they used to separate us. My brother would be at Barwon and I'd be at Port Phillip. My mum would come and see me at the start of the day and then drive all the way to Barwon and go see my brother, yeah? Like, always my number one fan, my mum. Always has been, always will be. And it's the other way around. Like, I love her very dearly. Fuck. I forgot the point of what I was going to say now. Well, there you go. The world's smallest mountain. Yeah, there's even like meagering songs out there. Complete done a song about meagering. All right, legends. Look, I'm not even going to lie. I can't even see how many likes we've got right now, but I can see we've got 94 people in now. And if you guys are sitting here and you guys are enjoying the chat, all I ask is one simple little favor, legends. If you could just smash that like button wherever it is on your screen. If you're watching me on a TV, phone, fucking tablet, PC, fucking ACDC, yeah, if you could smash that like button, that'd be fucking awesome. Oh, mum is a diamond. Absolutely, she's a diamond. She's the rose between two thorns that are me and my brother. Who might I say, my brother, like myself, also turned his life around 5 years ago, 5-6 years ago, and has turned his life around for the better. And yeah, both doing good things. And my mumsy, for very many years, my mum, although there was never a time, except for that one time, when she told me I deserved to be in jail. Now, let me tell you something, right? Like, I can't tell you, I've never had words so hard hitting in my life than those words off my mum. And she said, how long we spoke about this last time. How long do you think you're going to get? And I said, my brother said, I think I'm going to get 5. I said, I think I'm going to get 10. I was dubbed as the ringleader. So I said, look, I think I'm going to get 10 going off my last charges, rah, rah, rah. And I was pretty right. Like, I got 9. And my mum said, you need it because you're a thug. And this is the truth, right? Like, I can't even agree with what my mum said anymore at that time because I was. And I was fucking dangerous too. Like, you know, I got found with 2 shotguns on me, right? 2 fucking shotguns on me. And then they had the ones in the car. Like, I was fucking dangerous. And like, yeah, like, but those words off my mum, like, I'm telling you, it was like getting a fucking right hook from Mike Tyson. Really fucking hit home. The scariest compliment. Oh, thank you, Papa Green Finger. You're absolute legend. Oh, yous all give me hope. Do you know what I mean? I'm showing up here for yous legends because yous give me hope. I think you got too much time. I think I need more time, if I'm honest. Do you know what I mean? I heard, now I don't at all follow fucking Elon Musk, but like, let's face it, like, the guy's a fucking squillionaire. He doesn't have big, massive degrees like people would think, and rah, rah, rah. And I heard him say one day, like, he was asked the question, what do you think if you could have something that you could change in your life? Like, and he said, sleep. He said, if I could not sleep, He goes, that would be great, you know? He said, so basically time, do you know what I mean? There's not enough time to do what he wants to do. And I feel the same. Straight back at you, wizard. Oi, Barb, you bloody legend. Yeah, look, and I'll tell you something. Anyone who's got children will agree with me, yeah? So I found out very quickly that when I had children, like time just started fucking like clocking over so quick. And because you're no longer paying attention to your years, you're paying attention to their years. And like the reality of it's so weird because it's like a fucking double helix. It's like your time goes different than their time. Do you know what I mean? And if you're a parent, you'll understand that. It's like you just forget about time. And then obviously, you know, dickheads like me spending most of my adult life in prison as well. Yeah, you forget about time. Fuck yeah, Rhonda. Yeah, it takes a different kind of beast to be a mother of like two like hardened crooks like me and my brother. Like we weren't fucking just, you know what I mean? We didn't do drunk flagons. We went in there fucking and we said like if we're gonna be fucking putting our fucking toe in the fucking game, we're putting our whole leg in, and that's how we played the game the whole time. And you know, like I said, I fought the law and the law won. I spent more time in prison in my adult life than I have out of prison. That tells you everything you need to know. And as a matter of fact, you only like I'm one of these people that like I hate people that say I have no regrets. I used to be that person, yeah, and it's such a fallacy. Like you can't have no regrets in your life. If you are, you're fucking like you really are heartless, you know. I only have very few regrets in my life, but they all involve hurting other people, you know. Every one of my regrets involve hurting other people except for one. Oh, fuck yeah, we'll check them out. We'll be all over it, Creek, for sure. But did you save a woman's life, Biff? I did. And like, there's no two ways about it. And like, I get asked this all the time too. If the same thing happened tomorrow, I'd do the same thing again. If I seen a woman getting stabbed, that bloke who is doing the stabbing is in a fucking bad way if I get my hands on him. And I would do the same thing again. You know what I mean? And as hard as that is for my family to hear and they hate me saying it, it's the truth. I cannot, for the life of me, just walk away on something like that. And like I know people that have done time for similar things and they 100% would walk away in those, but I can't. I can't do that. I can't. There is not a part of my fucking soul that will ever let me do that. Oi, Commodores, you fucking legend. Battles. I also got new Samsung S26 yesterday. Let's go. Ordering my custom Chaos shirt for MS soon. Battles. Oi, what a legend. I love that. Oi, thank you, Commodores. Oi, Sean Bissell bought a membership. You fucking legend. Yeah, it is. And like, unfortunately, do you know what I mean? Like, people have to live through this broken system. But at the end of the day, like, I am a realist at the end of the day. And I'm also, my mum taught me very many things, but like very many things stuck with me my whole life. And that is, you made your bed, now you fucking lie in it, right? So that's basically, you know, like, yes, it's a fucking broken system and no one should ever have to go through that corruption and that fucking bullshit that myself and a lot of people here in the chat, a lot of people in the chat here have been to prison. So, but at the end of the day, if we didn't go to prison, we wouldn't have had to deal with that fucking corruption. If we didn't break the law, we wouldn't have had to fucking deal with that corruption. And it can't be any more fucking realer than that. And that's as real as it gets. Do you know what I mean? You've got to be a realist, and you've got to say that, like, yeah, it's a corrupt, broken system. And I would never in my wildest dreams ever like to even project that onto my worst enemies, because like corruption's the worst, because you're fighting a battle that you cannot fucking win. Yeah, but yeah, look, I agree, Matthew, 100% with what you've said there, and I promise you, I would fucking walk into that fucking courtroom like the day fucking Tupac fucking won the rape case and fucking bounced out of the court. That'd be me walking into court, proud of what I've done. Do you know what I mean? Like, that's how real I am about it. Like, and there ain't, like, yeah, that's just as, like, yeah. You know, and my mum will tell you, like, I am actually very fucking lucky that I didn't get more time on the day that I was sentenced from the remarks that I said to the judge for sentencing me to that long for what I had done. Yeah, I definitely should have got more time for contempt of court. But the thing was, like, I done so much shit throughout that court case that should have got me in trouble. Like, when they introduced the jury, right? So this is how a trial works, right? So you go through a trial, and then they send in all these fucking people, like about 50 of them, and then you get to pick 12 of them for your jury, right? Well, this is how it works in Australia, yeah? You get to pick your jury. So the jury stand up and they say, "G'day, I'm fucking Joe Blogs. I'm a tyre fitter from fucking Wodonga, and I'm a this, I'm a that," right? So you know a little bit about your jurors before you pick them, right? So a lot of people don't know this. You actually get to pick your own jurors. So anyway, obviously there are certain people that you are told not to pick, but this is no shit. I swear to God, this is exactly what happened on my day of picking the jury. Now, I'd already been in trouble for fucking speaking out in court and trying to make the court laugh and everything like that. So, but anyway, the judge goes, "Righto, to the clerk of court, can you please bring the jury in now?" And I was like, "Oh yeah, great, here we go." And then next thing you know, it was like fucking 65-year-old, 59-year-old, 68-year-old, 54-year-old, 62-year-old, 67-year-old. I just went, "Hold the fucking phone, Your Honour. Stop, Your Honour. Your Honour. Excuse me, Your Honour." The judge has gone, "What the fuck's going on here?" I've gone, "Excuse me, Your Honour. There is obviously a big mistake here." The judge has gone, "What? What are you talking about?" And I've gone, "Your Honour, there is obviously a big fucking mistake here. I have got here at my courthouse, you've got the bingo bus tour. You've got the Greyhound bingo bus tour. They are here. And the jury are at the bingo. You've mixed up the buses, and I've got the Greyhound fucking bingo bus tour. How come every single one of my jurors is a fucking elderly person?" And yeah, I got in fucking massive trouble for saying that. And so they actually had to dismiss the whole jury then and there, because like the stuff I was saying actually would have apparently given them a different fucking picture of me and wouldn't have been a fair court case. And so I got in trouble for that. But it was the best thing I ever did. It was the best thing I ever did, because next thing you know, the fucking Greyhound bingo bus tour juries were fucking on their way out of there, and the new jurors were on their way in, mixed ages all the way through. So it was fucking, I fucking, that was the best. And I swear to God, right? So, true story, right? So I actually got a hung jury. And then actually something happened in my court case that I'd never ever heard happening before. And we actually appealed it to the fucking Supreme Court. And so the They came back and said that we can't come up with a decision, right? Which means, hung jury, guess what? You're getting out, motherfucker. I've just been in on remand for nearly 3 years and I come back with a hung jury. They were like, which means that they couldn't come up with a guilty or a not guilty. So, hung jury. And then, so the judge said, and this is exactly what happened, right? The judge said, I now am going to get you to go back out there into the jurors' quarters and come up with a majority verdict. I was like, what? A fucking majority verdict? What is this? The Price is Right. This is my life. Like a majority verdict, and no word of a lie. The jurors came back and they said, we've got one question, right? And then obviously I had to get pulled out from the cells because the jurors come back with a question. You have to be there when they ask a question. Well, guess what happened? They didn't fucking pull me into the court. They asked the judge a question, which was this: what route would have Mr. Hughes taken from his house to the victim's, where the victim was got, right? Where we got the victim, allegedly. Well, not allegedly, I fucking went down for it. So the judge literally did this, went on Google Maps, printed out a map of the town I lived in, and then marked with a highlighter, bang. And now, I don't know if you guys know anything about court, that's called introducing evidence, yeah? That is not a part of the fucking brief. That is not a part of the evidence. The judge cannot introduce evidence to my court case, right? And not only that, they did not call me or my lawyer in while that question was getting asked. And so we obviously appealed straight away. Did nothing anyway. Literally, the three judges at the Supreme Court, this was the first words that came out of their mouth. Mr. Cronin, my barrister said, yes, Your Honour. They said, did you bring a magic wand with you today? My barrister went, what? This is Harry Potter. And the judge goes, that's exactly what you're going to need to get Mr. Hughes off today. So did you bring a magic wand? My barrister was going, Your Honour, like in all seriousness, this is a court of law. You know I didn't bring a fucking magic wand with me to court today. The judges were like, well, and that's what happened. That's what happened. So yeah, did nothing, appealed my court case. Well, actually, funny story, I was actually at Barwon at the time. I was supposed to be on the bus that morning. They didn't put me on the bus. I was losing my shit. I got put in the slot because I was losing my shit. I said, I've got a fucking Supreme Court appeal today and you guys aren't putting me on the bus. And anyway, I lost my shit, got put in the slot, and then done my Supreme Court appeal via telecourt from the slot. What about that for corruption? Didn't even get to go to my own fucking appeal. Did you have to swear again on that question? Nah, so like you've got to imagine, right? So you guys already know what I'm like when I get irritated. I'm irritated. I'm not at court. This is my life that they're fucking with, yeah? And so I'm now sitting in court and the first words that the fucking judges say, so when you have a Supreme Court appeal, you've got three judges, yeah? So three judges make a decision on your life. And the first words that come out of their mouth were Mr. Cronin, do you have a magic wand? Which was my barrister's last name. And I was like, what is this shit, man? What am I involved in here? Like, how am I ever going to get a fair court case when I'm supposed to fucking rock up to court in a fucking Harry Potter cloak and fucking... If only it was today. If only it was today. You know what I would say? Inspecto Patronum. Wingardium Leviosa. Sorry, I just thought it was funny that I actually have a fucking Harry Potter wand right there. Right next to my fucking Harry Potter pop doll. Yeah, don't make me get them all out. I've got like fucking 10 pop dolls there right now. Oi, good night, Mumsy. Oi, so here's what I didn't say. So remember, anyway, they came back, they found me guilty, and I lost my train of thought before, and so how it works is the foreperson, they're called. They give the person, and then the judge addresses the foreperson and says, "Lady or sir juror, have you come up with a decision today?" And they'll either say yes or no, sir, and then they will read it as like, "We find so and so guilty of charge one. We find so and so guilty," and that's exactly what happened on that day, right? But I swear to God, I look over at the jury, and on that jury was an 18-year-old kid. Yeah, he was just a young kid who was absolutely shattered that he was on my jury, and like you could just tell he was like, he knew that like I saved that girl's life. We saved that girl's life hands down. Had we not showed up, guess what? Stabby stabby, dead girl. That's as simple as that. And that kid juror was like had a tear running down his cheek and looked straight over at me and said, I said you were not guilty. I said you were not guilty. And I was like, I just went like that and was like, to let him know, thank you, you know what I mean? But for him to do that, like, and put himself on show in front of the rest of the fucking jurors, I was like, wow, that kid's a fucking winner, you know? Moved to Queensland? Nah, so here's the truth, right? So when I was with my bike club, I ran amok in Queensland. Yeah, that's the truth. And the truth is, I moved away from Queensland to get away from the fucking hustle and bustle. You know what I mean? And yeah, I feel like I made the right decision. You know, I feel like I'll get in trouble if I go to Queensland, and that's just the way it is. And like, it wasn't a teardrop; it was a raindrop. That's right. True. That's right. Where is it? Hang on, Rhonda, you fucking legend. See? It's a freaking raindrop, dickhead. So, for those of you that don't know, obviously I get asked all the time what the raindrop represents, and I tell people it's not a teardrop, it's a raindrop. Raindrops keep falling on my head, and that doesn't mean the world still be falling right. It's an ink drop. True? No, it's a raindrop. It's a raindrop. I really want to put this on the Chaos Chronicles badge that I got made up. Look at that beast. But I don't want to take it out of that's a fucking cool little container they gave it to me in. All good, JJ. You take as much time as you need, legend. Hi, mate. Bad. Mate, how bad is the corruption in Port Phillip? The worst. The worst ever, any prison I've ever been to. Like, put it this way, Port Phillip was the kind of prison where you could not only get a parcel dropped off by a screw, you could get a reach around. Nothing's off bounds at Port Phillip. Yeah. And I have made videos about seeing quarters of pounds at one time getting dropped off here, one there, big time corruption. She was so ADHD, Biff. I know. I can't help it, especially when I get on a roll. Oh, mate. Oh, no way. Are you saying I can take it out and then it keeps its same shape? No way. Well, this is a big day. Oh, you know what this is like? So for those of you that missed the joke, it was a Hunger Games joke. Yeah. No comment. All right, legends. I'm just going to leave you with a banger for a sec. And I'm going to go fill my drink and the Brasco. If anyone doesn't like it, take a number at the complaints department. There you go. All you got to do to take it, just take that number. Just pull that pin, that's your number, to the complaints department. So for those of you that are trolling, that's fake. 3D printed and not real. You can tell. Look. How good's that, though? You want to make a complaint? Take a number. Boof! How good's the fucking badge? It's a badge. Men don't wear brooches. They wear badges. We wear badges. All right, what are we dealing with today?
Reverend, is this a conspiracy? Crucified for my sin. An image beneath me. Lost within my plans for life. It all seems so unreal.
All right, I'll be back in a minute.
I'm a man cut in half in this world, left in my misery. The Reverend, he turned to me without a tear in his eyes. Nothing new for him to see. I didn't ask him why. I will remember the love our souls had sworn to make. when she died, I couldn't cry. The pride within my soul, you left me incomplete, all alone as the memories now unfold. Believe the word, I will unlock my door and pass the cemetery gates. Sometimes when I'm alone, I wonder aloud if you're watching over me. Someplace far abound, I must reverse my life. I can't live in the past, then set my soul free. It belonged to me at last. Through all those complex years, I thought I was alone. I didn't care to look around and make this world my own. And when she died, I should have cried and spared myself some pain. You left me incomplete, all alone as the memories still remain. The way we were, the chance to save my soul, and my concern is now in vain. Believe the word, I will unlock my door and pass the cemetery gate. Chance to save my soul, and my concern is now in vain. Believe the word, I will unlock my door and pass the cemetery gate.
Hey, Creep, can I send you? Is there a possibility that I could because I know over here, I know we can't do it anymore. Like we used to be able to send in clothing and stuff. Is there a chance that I would be able to send you some clothing? Like now, I understand that obviously you're not going to be able to have anything with brands and stuff on it, but keep in mind, I've done a lot of fucking nick myself, and so where there's a will, there's a way. But obviously, I would never do anything that would get you into any trouble. All I'm saying is, can we send you in? Like over here, there used to be a time where we used to be able to send people like plain white t-shirts and stuff like that, and there was a little bit of leadway. Do you know what I mean? Like you could get like, say for instance, like people would go far and beyond to find like a fucking Louis Vuitton white shirt with just a little white Louis Vuitton on there or something like that. Oh, no way. Chris left an hour ago. Fuck. Do you know what? That's what I hate about when I get on. Do you know, as you guys know, I will be talking about something and I will stop to answer a comment. Then that conversation is so far in the stratosphere and might come back. And I feel bad times like this because, yeah, I didn't say him leave, obviously. Yeah, JJ, I wasn't going to say nothing, but, yeah, like, yeah, JJ's dealing with something pretty fucking deep at the moment, and yeah, she lost someone that was very dear to her. But you know what? I have to be as real as I can about this too. Had it not been for this person, JJ and I would never have met. Yeah, and that's an absolute fact. And I've actually like, for me, like it's a very hard thought for me to think about because I actually don't know the guy, right? I know of the guy, obviously. we're from the same kind of world when I was in that world. And yeah. So yeah, pretty fucking brutal. It's obviously something that like yeah, I mean, I guess it would be very hard to try and, you know, yeah, it's just hard times like this. Do you know what I mean? Because I know exactly what it feels like. I know, you know exactly where she's at right now, and I can't even tell you that like I feel. You guys know exactly what I'm like, and you guys all know how much I care about JJ. And like, obviously, I've never felt so helpless, like at this point in time, because there's literally nothing I can do to make things better for JJ, you know, and it feels fucking bad. I hate it, you know, but just know. Thank you, Pasha, and hello, Pasha. Biff, how about the gig about David Hicks, the Australian who went to Guantanamo Bay? You know what? I always have had this fucking admiration for David Hicks. Now, that might come across as fucking a little bit left wing there, right? But hear me out here. So he was a guy that never had one thing fucking proven against him, but he was sent to the worst fucking prison fucking environment in the world. I can't even tell you guys this fucking thing right here, this $12 fan from fucking Timu is the best thing I've ever bought for my videography, 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 videography. Yeah, actually, so what Trevor Smith just said is actually bang on the money, JJ. So grieving is so hard. We've been speaking about it obviously a lot over the last few days, and um, obviously you know that you know I've lost lots of people close to me, but like family members that were pretty close and stuff like that. And I found so grieving is so hard. Doing something in their honor can help dealing with this extremely traumatic experience. And I agree. I totally agree. And I understand that right now is probably not the right time for that, JJ. But like, you know, I'm here for you and whatever you need to do and that. Yeah, like it's hard for me too, guys. You know what I mean? Because like obviously, if this was a different scenario, I'd have different things to say. But obviously, I care about JJ a lot, and yeah. Videography. You know, it was actually funny. So like someone before I dropped last night's video about the fucking cannibal lady, someone actually wrote in one of my videos, because as you guys know, I don't have the best math skill, and someone goes, bro, I love your fucking content. but your math skills are fucking really, really shit. And I said, it's actually funny you say that, because I actually mentioned that in today's video, as I did. Oi. JJ. This one's in dedication to MD. And no, I'm not talking about the drugs, people. I'm talking about how it was the person's initials.
Standing in the spotlight on such a perfect night. Knowing that you're out there listening. I remember one time when I was so afraid. Didn't think I had the courage to stand up on the stage. Then you reached into my heart, and you found the melody. And if there ever was somebody who made me believe in me, it was you. It was you. It was your song that made me sing. It was your voice that gave me away. And it was your light that shined, guiding my heart to find this place where I belong. It was your song. Every night I pray before the music starts to play. Whoa. All right, I'll turn it off. Fuck. Oh, actually, my bad. But wait, so like in my defense here, so you guys already know that because I'm on Restream here, those comments come up a lot later than when you guys see them on YouTube. Yes, I am going live on YouTube, but I go live through Restream and the comments come through later. Buttles, thank you, Brandy. All right, JJ. I feel bad now, but all right. I'll just change the mood a little bit. Every time the camera's on. You're riding with me through the storm. From the stories to the struggle. Yeah, you've been there all along. Oh. Late nights, real talk, true spilling through the mic. And the chaos crew shows up every single time. You ain't boy, JJ. Every comment hits like loyalty. Are you still here? I wish we'd have plenty of respect for this video. Wow.
As you guys know, I've got one piece. I've got this PC, and then that PC, and then I've got my laptop right there. Oh yeah, and my Rick and Morty Xbox. What? You don't have a Rick and Morty Xbox?
So here's my love, my thanks, my tune. From Biff to the Chaos Crew. You're more than fans, you're part of the name.
You know what? Let's just talk about something totally different. Oi, Tim Anderson, you bloody legend. Alright, someone give me a subject, crime or prison created, and let's just completely change the subject. Oi, I fucking love this thing. I love that. I'm actually fucking very impressed with the detail, if I'm honest. My 2-meter plush duck gets me through tough times. Oh, fuck yeah. Oi, do you know what? I've been, like, I'm always very transparent. I suffer from pretty bad anxiety. Like, the last couple of years the last 12 months haven't been as bad, but like, you know, the last 5 years, anxiety's been a very bad fucking demon that I've been dealing with. And if you guys ever tried these weighted blankets, I don't know if you guys know about this shit, but like, let me change your fucking life if you have anxiety. Yeah, you can get these weighted blankets. You can actually get like weighted hoodies now. Do you guys know what a hoodie is? It's like a big fucking hoodie, but it's called an hoodie, and it's just massive like a blanket. Anyway, you get weighted ones, and they make you fucking feel like, I don't know. It's supposed to be like, so the brain fart behind it is like, you know, when you're a baby, and that obviously when your mum picks you up, it makes you feel fucking like snug and fucking blah blah blah. It comes from that brain fart. Oh fuck! Spook butters. Oi, Passion Blue just said, weighted blanket changed her life. Oi, I swear to God, I actually swear by these things. So I don't own one at the moment, but like in the last 18 months, I have owned one. I lost a lot of shit moving fucking from place to place a little while ago, and my weighted blanket was one of them. But my weighted blanket was different, right? So I actually spent a little bit of money on mine, and I actually so the weights were all magnets. So I don't know if you guys have seen these ones. So the weights in the blanket were all magnets. And so, I don't know if you guys understand or if you guys believe or whatever, but magnets have like very, very good energy. without sounding like a space cadet, yeah, like they are very good fucking magnets, hold great energy, yeah. And so yeah, having that weighted blankets with magnets was crazy. And what was even more crazy is I couldn't wear it at my fucking computer desk because it would like steal my blanket off me. Kadoosh! Like I'd be sitting, not this one, my old one. I'd be sitting here and I'd totally forget about it. And like this is exactly what I do, yeah. Like this is how much of a gamer I am, guys. So I get up in the morning. I swear to God, I get up. I go, oh, what's the time? Yep, wake and bake. Awesome. Headphones, Xbox controller, but oof, and we're off. And that's what I do. And so many times I would still have my weighted, and so it was an hoodie, right? But it was like a trench coat hoodie, actually. It was like hoodies generally only go just past your waist, and this was like a trench coat one. And yeah, I'd sit down at my fucking computer desk, which was very much like this one, like a C-shaped one. And yeah, I would just go and just fucking like stick to the what games you playing. So at the moment, I'm only jamming Black Ops 7. I keep saying I'm going to get a fucking... I've got 2 Xboxes, yeah? So I've got this Xbox and I've got... All right, I don't want you guys to think I'm talking shit here, right? Here's one Xbox. 1 second. All right, so this is my bedroom Xbox, and that's my studio Xbox, right? They're both the same fucking thing. They're both Xbox S Series, which are the newer Xboxes, except mine's the poor man version, and I got 2 of them. And do you know what the worst thing is? They're such good fucking... They're really, really good. I'm an Xbox lover and I fucking love my Xboxes. But you know what I fucking hate about it? I can only have one game. Like, say, for instance, if you download the whole Call of Duty, that's 287 gigabytes or something like that. Like, you can literally only have one game per Xbox if you want to play a big game. But on this Xbox, right, so I've got Delta Force. I love Delta Force. It's a pretty new game. I play that a fair bit. I've got Ready or Not, which is like a pretty... It's not the same if you're... So I've got... Obviously, I showed you my 2 gaming PCs. So it's not the same as on a PC, but Ready or Not is a fucking good game. And if anyone hasn't played Ready or Not on Xbox, I really, really suggest that you guys get in there and play that one. I actually don't rate it enough. The gameplay is very real. It's very quick. I'm very, very I'm very particular, right? And I'm actually pretty good at Call of Duty. And so JJ's son actually asked me to download Rainbow Six. What is it? Fuck. Someone will say it in the chat. Anyway, but I can't. My brain can't play Rainbow Six because the characters run too slow. I know that sounds so dumb, but I can't. I just can't do it. The characters run too slow. So, as a matter of fact, I did say in the premiere earlier, that's what I was going to do tonight, right? Is I was going to have a bit of a reaction of sorts. So, we're actually going to start doing it. I've got my everything set up and ready to go. So we can do gaming lives. So we're going to do gaming lives one night a week, and where we have all the gamers from in the chat. I know there's people in the chat that don't like gaming, and that's fine. So yeah, we're going to do gaming live. So I will be smashing like Call of Duty or fucking Delta Force or who knows? I might even play some DayZ, something like that. But yeah, that's what we can look forward to in the future. Fuck, I really want to say stuff about. I just am really, really coy on my fucking superstitions about me saying things preemptive and then something happening. So, as you guys know, I am filming other stuff at the moment, and I have high hopes that tomorrow I will be able to give you guys some footage from the stuff that I've been filming in Melbourne. Yeah, high hopes actually. But yeah, I think that'll be good. And then this is why it's absolutely imperative to be a part of the Discord, because we're going to have so many people that are joining this and that, and then we're going to be playing games where there's going to be like, you know, all of us having a game or whatever. So we're going to have like Discord chat, you know, so where the games will be also broadcast live on Discord as well as YouTube or whatever, and then there'll be chats in the Discord as well. So stay tuned, watch this space. I'll be back in a moment. I'm just going to drop this off and also quickly go to the Brasco. So for those of you that don't know what Brasco means, it means toilet in jail lingo.
As I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I take a look at my life and realize there's nothing left. Cause I've been blasting and laughing so long that even my mama thinks that my mind is gone. But I ain't never crossed a man that didn't deserve it. Me be treated like a punk, you know that's unheard of. You better watch how you talking and where you walking. Or you and your homies might be lying in chalk. I really hate the trip, but I gotta low. As it croak, I see myself in the pistol smoke. Fool, I'm the kind of G the little homies wanna be like. On my knees in the night, saying prayers in the street light. Been spending most their lives living in a gangster's paradise. Been spending most their lives living in a gangster's paradise. Keep spending most our lives living in a gangster's paradise. Keep spending most our lives living in a gangster's paradise. Look at the situation they got me facing. I can't live a normal life. I was raised by the streets, so I gotta be down with the hood team. Too much television watching got me chasing dreams. I'm an educated fool with money on my mind. Got my tin in my hand and a gleam in my eye. I'm a low-down gangster, set tripping banger, and my homies is down, so don't arouse my anger. Fool, death ain't nothing but a heartbeat away. I'm living life, do or die, what can I say? I'm 23 now, but will I live to see 24? The way things is going, I don't know. Tell me, why are we so blind to see that the ones we hurt are you and me? Been spending most their lives living in a gangster's paradise. Been spending most their lives living in a gangster's paradise. Keep spending most our lives living in a gangster's paradise. Keep spending most our lives living in a gangster's paradise. Power and the money, money and the power. Minute after minute, hour after hour, everybody's running, but half of them ain't looking. It's going on in the kitchen, but I don't know what's cooking. They say I gotta learn, but nobody's here to teach me. If they can't understand it, how can they reach me? I guess they can't, I guess they won't, I guess they front. That's why I know my life is out of luck. Fool, been spending most their life living in a gangster's paradise. Been spending most their life living in a gangster's paradise. Keep spending most our life living in a gangster's paradise. Keep spending most our life living in a gangster's
I'll tell you what, you're going to love this time of year.
Why are we so blind
when you've got the aircon on during the day and the heater on during the night. Crazy. Wait. Don't worry, buddy. We're not going to let you go unseen. Okay? Oh, you fuck. It's a little bit longer than I thought. Oh, don't make me stab myself again. Surely I've been stabbed enough. Oi, Spook gifted a membership and Dooka got one. Oi, Dooka, what's going on, legend? I never knew Inspector Gadget had a badge. Oh, very good. Biff talking to us. Biff, I have no hair, so I don't know if it matters, but your hair is looking good. Thanks, mate. Oh, I'm getting a bit thin, but look, you can see it. It's thinning out. It's fucking thinning out. Yeah. But thank you. But I'll say this, right? I don't have very many fucking greys. I'll tell you that. There's a couple over here. Look, a couple have just fucking dropped into the chat now. I'm doing all right. I'm fucking 43 years young. I've got maybe 10 grey hairs. You watch that. I never say shit like that just because I'm superstitious. I wish I could rewind and not say that now. And listening to me ramble on, or just playing GTA and listening to me ramble on, fucking oath. Oi, so Dooka is actually one of our longest subscribers. Been listening to me ramble on for a long time now. Should see my scalp. Grew up wearing hats. Me too. I was very much a hat man. I think it's a bit of a wives' tale though. Like, if I'm honest, maybe not. Nah, it's really, really, really heading back now. Do you know what I mean? You know you're starting to lose hair when you've got a 5 head and not a 4 head. When you start getting a 5 head, that's when it's like, you're losing hair. Or are you going to the walk, JD? Or are you going to the walk, JD? Yeah, probably I was going to say it again, but I'm pretty sure I said it. You know what? You know what, JD? You want to go and do the walk, brother? Do you want to know something? I need to tell you guys how my brain works, right? So obviously we all have the same brain. We have half of our brain that tells us to do good shit, and we have half of our. All right, I correct myself. Like we all have left and right sides of our brain, yeah. So anyway, my brain right then just said to me, "You should do the MS walk, Biff." Actually, when JD said that, you should do it. And then my brain said, my half of my brain said, but you're not really walking that good lately. Do you know what I mean? And I swear to God, as soon as that part of my brain piped in, the other half piped in. Just say you know I'm ADHD, yeah. And anyway, piped in straight away and said, "You fucking weak cunt. Your fucking mum done the fucking walk." I swear, that's how my brain works. And sorry, ladies, for swearing and stuff, but I swear, oi, that's how my brain works, and that's exactly what just went on in my head. My half of my brain was going, "Yeah, you should do it," but like, should you do it because you've been not having trouble walking lately? And I swear, as soon as that thought disappeared in my head, this other thought came over and said, "You fucking weak cunt. Fucking do it." Oi, night, Trevor and fucking Colin. Oi, also two very, very long time subscribers, Trevor and Colin. As you all are, please don't feel left out. There's, yep, some very OGs in the chat here. What was that one? There's a reason we're all here, same type of brains. True. Oi, that's true, yeah. Oi, we've all been through this a million times, and we definitely all have the same fucking brains. It's actually quite uncanny, actually. But I've said this a million times, and I'll say it again. Somehow, people that are neurodivergent of any description, if you prescribe to the neurodivergency, you find yourself to the Chaos Chronicles. I think it's crazy, and like I've said it 100 times, and I'll say it 100 more times. But us legends that are like that are on that side of the spectrum always find each other, and it's a crazy, crazy thing. And I've found it in like the most, like somewhere where you're never ever going to expect to hear someone say, you know, "I'm fucking neurodivergent." I reckon we should do it, Colin. I reckon I'm going to lock my fucking name down for the walk now. Because, like, yeah, there's no way I could not do it with that half of my brain fucking telling me how it is like that. Loldatism. True. You know what? So I am actually, or I am actually diagnosed. So I am fucking AUDD, right? Which is autistic ADHD, right? So obviously I am fucking very high functioning autistic. I never actually, if you ask me, right? So I never ever believed my diagnosis. I never believed that I have autism. But like when I got older and stuff like that, I actually like am probably more believing now that I have autism more than anything because like um, I think there's certain things that you can't argue with. Do you know what I mean? And and there's nothing to be ashamed of. That's for sure. But when I grew up, it was like you could throw a stone and fucking hit a kid at my school with ADHD. Like that's how many kids had it. So I just went and just said, yeah, that's what I am, you know. I thought ADHD was an introvert. See, I guess it's really hard, and I guess it's really like individual because like I've found most ADHD people are extroverts, but most people with ADD are introverts, and there's big differences in the diagnoses, if you know. My ADD stands for attention deficit. Hey, donuts, 100%. I swear to God, mine's the same. Yeah, but like, hey, look, there's a squirrel. Thank you, Karen. Nah, it can be a lot of things. So I've got one of my children is on the spectrum as well, and so um, yeah, like yeah, I think we're in an age where these type of things are not what it used to be. Where there was a time where when I was growing up, where even having ADHD, you were still that kid at the school that would fucking throw a chair at a teacher. They just knew that you were different. Um, I definitely was. Yeah. But if I'm honest, I'll tell you the absolute truth. I felt like I really couldn't be my full self at home because I was like scared of my dad. And I feel like when I got to school, like, mate, that was it. There was like no fucking nothing telling me not to be me. And I feel like I really shined at school because of that. Oi, so Commodores, I'm right up the same wazoo as you there. Sorry for the terminology. Only you and I will laugh at that one. But I am the same. So obviously having AUDD, but here's the thing, right? We didn't find out until I was 14, right? So I was already when I was 14, I'm already you've got to understand. I got my first gun charge when I was 15 years old. Yeah, so when I'm 14 years old, I'm different than most 14-year-olds. Like I'm different. Yeah, and I'm what I'm doing is I am showing the world. When I look back now, this is exactly what I was doing. I was showing the world because I was too scared at home to show the world what was going on at home. And I think that, like, in my own little way, and anyone who grew up in a household where they were maybe a little bit scared of their parents, like, never ever scared of my mum, like, never in my life. That woman made my life the way it is. Without that woman, yeah, I'd be dead. But, like, I feel like people also can meet on the same ground that grew up with a parent that because it's hard, right? When especially when you say my age, you couldn't come out when you're fucking 15 years old and say my dad's fucking bashing me at home, or this is going on at home, and fucking blah blah blah. Like you would be fucking ridiculed. Do you know what I mean? You'd be ridiculed. You'd be seen as already it was fucking hard for us. I had red hair, freckles. Like I was the quintessential fucking little cunt that got picked on, and just for many different reasons. But I feel like I honestly have felt this way my whole life, and I've said this on here 100 times. Like water really does find its own level, and I found this when I was very young, and I had this first realization that all of my friends were fucking ADHD, right? And it was like I realized back then, before I actually became a little cunt, and like I said, I got my fuck. I'm sorry, females, that sometimes I speak the way I speak, but I speak the way I speak because it gets the point across, yeah. And I mean no disrespect. You notice I don't speak that. I don't say the C word when my mum's in the chat. But yeah. Um, I say what I say because it's important with what I'm trying to say. And it's been, something that I found from a very young age, that people like us here in the chat, we're all drawn to each other all the time. And I'll tell you why. I'll tell you why that is, people. And because I had the realization in my early 20s, the reason why that happened. Now, I realized that we were all drawn to each other when I was like 14, 15 years old. You know, when you're becoming a man and like you're going through your pubescent years and, yeah, you motherfucker, I've got a black belt in origami. You don't want to be fucking flying in here. Mate, I will fucking chops fucking, mate, Daniel, son, you so quick. See that? Lightning quick fucking reflex is like a steel trap. Cyborg Boxing says this, right? And the first few words resonate with me, and I'll tell you why. I used to get locked in the classroom at lunchtime at school, but escaped and ran away 3 days with the SES and cops looking for me in the bush. It was a great few days. My girlfriend also had ADHD. Fuck yeah. Oi, that's awesome. And I understand that, right? Because I spent my fucking whole year 9 and year 10 in the middle school office, right? There was no two ways. It was never ever going to go any other way. They said to my mum, if you want him to have an education, this is how it's going to happen, because it's fucking scary for the other children to be around him, right? Now, I was never a bully, yeah? I need you guys to understand that. I was the guy that was the underdog every time, yeah? But I got to a certain age and I realized I had a mongrel in me that no one else had. And like that made me different than other people, right? And I can promise you now, my whole fucking life, like I've been to prison for like sticking up for people that I didn't even know. Hence the 9 years that I done for saving the girl's life that got stabbed, right? So I've always had this thing that like, you know, and when I got to like 14, 15, I realized that I had something in me that other people didn't have. And that was only one simple thing, and that was no fear. I didn't have any fear. And that made me realize that I was capable of a lot more than most other kids, because I was willing to go the extra mile. Now, remember, I'm talking about when I was 14, yeah? Let's fast forward 1 year, right? So when I'm in year 9, I think I got my first gun charge. But not only that, like it was a hostage charge. It was everything. Like if you guys don't know the story, I'm going to quickly run through it now, just so the people that haven't heard it know what the go was. So we were wagging school, right? And so here's the truth. I was actually suspended from school. I wasn't even wagging. My mates used to wag, and I never used to have to wag because I was always suspended. True story. And so on this day, we're wagging school. We had these guns that were plastic guns that we bought from the Dandenong market. If you're around my age and you ever went to the Dandenong market, you knew what they used to sell at the fucking Dandenong market, right? And so we had these, they were ball bearing guns, right? But plastic ball bearing guns, but they looked very fucking real. Anyway, we're all at my mate's house. They're all smoking cones. I didn't smoke cones when I was younger. I tried it when I was 12 years old. Yes, very young and stupid, I know, but it scared the fucking shit off me because it was laced with LSD, right? Microdots, red microdots. That was my first experience with drugs. I smoked weed that was laced with acid, and I went to fucking Disneyland. Anyway, I didn't like drugs. My friends were all there smoking cones. I was ADHD. That was enough for me, yeah? And so anyway, we're all fucking around, and we actually all went to the Dandenong market and got one of these guns each, yeah? And so during the day, we were actually out on the school oval and we're shooting each other with these guns because we bought them from the market and we didn't think we were doing anything wrong. And so, yeah, I'll just fast forward. Anyway, I say I'm going for a walk, yeah? My point of my walk was I just seen the fucking postie van pull up right next door, yeah? And in my head, I was like, I'm going to go scare the fucking shit out of this postie, yeah? Because I didn't think that I was doing anything illegal, and I'm not even saying that just for the saying it. Like, I really didn't think I was doing anything illegal. I honestly thought I was doing a prank, and that was it. And I honestly thought that the people I was doing the prank against were going to see the prank. That didn't happen. So anyway, long story short, I run outside. This guy's just walked. My friend's house had a big colour-bond fence that went all the way around it, right? So the postie's parked his fucking truck and gone straight in behind the fence, didn't see me coming. I'm running behind the fence, and in my head, I swear to God, this is what's going in my head. Dum, 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 dum. And I've got the gun in my hand like this, and I'm like having the time of my life, thinking I'm about to do the biggest joke of my life. I walk around the corner. The guy's just put his fucking parcel at the fucking door, and he's turned around. He's got the bag in his hand, and he's seen me with a gun in my hand. And I'm 15, yeah, and I'm not even joking, right? I'm not that tall, right? So I was always the smallest fucking kid. When I turned 16, like I am fucking 5'10", maybe 11, I don't know, but it's 10. Anyway, I was always a small kid. Anyway, so I'm walking towards this guy. I've got the gun in my hand. I see the look on his face, which actually just made me go worse. I was like, oh, yes, this is working. I was like, drop the bag. Give me all your fucking mail, right? I'm thinking, who the fuck robs a mailman? I'm thinking no one's going to take this as being serious. And so he dropped the bag very quickly, said, take it. I've got a family. Like, please, I've got a family. I was like, thank you. Give me the bag. And he got in his car, and I remember standing there, and I've got the plastic gun in my hand, and I'm pointing it across the road, and I'm going, yeah, get in your car, fuck off, fucking fuck off, you fucking dickhead, fuck off, dickhead. And anyway, I'm standing there with a bag of mail in my hand and a plastic gun. And if you must know, this was on Sterling Drive. No, what's Lyndhurst Secondary College on in Cranbourne? Anyway, this was right out the front of Lyndhurst Secondary College in Cranbourne. That was my high school. My mates were wagging. I was suspended. Anyway, I'm standing there. Little did I realise that when I've gone to the postie, give me your bag, the whole school is on the oval watching. And so they've all ran and had, like, Amber Alert. Quick, Leif Hughes is out the front of the school with a gun. Now, my family had a very big name in the town, yeah? We were known as crazy people. And so, anyway, the schools all ran off the oval, and they've ran and told the principal that I just robbed the postie with a gun. And I'm out the front of the school with a gun. So, obviously, you can imagine, school went into lockdown. Police were called. Now, I'm none the wiser. This is how much I didn't even care. I had a look in the bag. I was like, bro, no one wants that shit, and left it on the footpath and walked to my mate's house, knocked on the door, told him to let me inside, walked back inside. And they said, why did you just do that? And I was like, it was funny. They were like, bro, we're going to be in big trouble now. I'm like, no, we're not. I left it there. I didn't even take it. They're like, what are you talking about? You just pulled a gun on that guy. He thinks that was a real gun. And then you're pointing at him while he's running to his fucking red fucking postie van. And you're saying, get in your van and fuck off. Rah, rah, rah. I'm going, but it was a joke. And like in my head, at that time, I realised one thing. I am fucking going to get my ass kicked when I get home. This is going to get really, really bad. And it did. It got really, really bad before it got really, really better. And so anyway, we're all sitting there. My friends are all going, you're a fucking dickhead. You always do this dumb shit. Last time we fucking wagged and your sister lit the whole fucking hay shed on fire. What is wrong with you cunts? And anyway, we so anyway, yeah, we're different. And anyway, so next thing you know, we're watching porn, as you do when you wag in school. We're watching porn and there's a knock on the door, right? No, well, actually, rewind. One of my mates goes, he hears something out the front. He goes, I think my mum and dad are home. And because we're wagging at his house, we're like, oh, fuck. And then, so we're all on edge. He goes, oh, it's the police. And he goes, but there's more. He goes, another one just pulled up. Another one just pulled up. Another one just pulled up. And then, like, my mate's like, bro, there's like 10 police cars out the front and they're all parked and they're all standing outside their cars and they're pointing their guns at my front door. What have you done? And I'm like, well, you just know what I've done. I've done a joke. And anyway, so I go to the front window, I look and I'm like, I am in big trouble now. And so anyway, my mate had a Canara fire and I said, right, everyone give me your fucking plastic guns now. Fucking intuitive criminal family thinking. I was like, quick, give me all your plastic guns now. We're chucking them in the Canara. And so while these motherfuckers are outside telling us to come outside, we're pretending we can't hear them. We've got corn up so loud that it's giving us fucking hearing problems. And so anyway, next thing you know, Phil Watts knocks at the door. So Phil Watts was one of my primary school mates' dads. And he knew I was a naughty kid. Anyway, it was Phil. And he's knocking on the door. He's going, it's Phil. Open the door, Leif. And so I'm there going to all my friends, if any of yous open the door, I'm going to punch us in the mouth. Like, because I'm going to get in trouble off Dad. That's all I cared about. I was going to get in trouble off Dad. And so my mates were like, no, go and hide. They're going to fucking like kick my mum's door down. So I went and hid. I went and hid between his mum's mattress and the ensemble. And I'm spread eagle on the bed like this. And I could hear them. They're raiding the house. They're looking through cupboards. The only place they didn't look was under the mattress where I was. And anyway, they all leave and my mates are like, you got to go. And I'm like, no, I'm not going. My dad's going to kill me. I'm not going home. I'm not fucking going home. And so anyway, true story, I rang up one of my mates' mums. And so my mate was from a similar background, right? And so I said, oi, Dot, the police are looking for me for armed robbery and they think I've got a gun and they've got the school locked down and all the streets locked down around us, as they were fully locked down and cordoned off. And I'm like, I can't leave. Like, I'm going to get arrested and my dad's going to kill me. Like, can you please help me? And so Dot, bless her cotton socks, actually fucking got through the fucking police fucking barriers by jumping fences and come and got me. And then showed me the same way that she got to my mate's house. And so we jumped a couple of fences and we got back to her house, right? Which was only the next block over. And then we sat there and she said, look, you have to go to the police station or they're going to go to your house and then they're going to fucking get your dad and like, then you're going to really be in trouble. And yeah, we went to the police station. Dot went and took me to the police station. And I remember sitting there and I remember going, this is so good. Like, I'm not even going to get in trouble for this. They're not even going to call my parents. I've gotten away with this. And then I remember it was like the knock on the door was like something out of a Stephen King movie, because as soon as the door opened, my mum walked through the door and she was like, Leif, what have you done? And I'm like, nothing. No, I didn't do nothing, Mum, obviously. And then we get in the car and I get in the car and I'm like, trying to be like my dad and my brother and I'm like, fucking coppers, always fucking arresting the wrong people. She's like, you just pulled a fucking gun on a fucking poster, you fucking dickhead. What did you think was going to happen, Leif? Like, what did you think was going to happen? Seriously. And then, yeah, I got charged with possession of a handgun without a license. That was the day where I found out where those little orange caps on the ends of plastic guns at the toy store are imperative. And if you don't have them little plastic orange caps on the end of your guns, guess what? You are likely to get shot But not only that, you're going to get charged with having a real firearm, which is what happened on that day. And so, as you could imagine, that made me, my family was, people were scared. That made me like a folk hero at my school. I was like the postcard bandit. Like, the postcard bandit was a big thing at the time. So people were calling me the postcard bandit because I robbed the postie and I was 15 years old and I got expelled from school. Good times. So as a matter of fact, if Luke Hamilton was in the chat, so one of our awesome long-time subscribers, Luke Hamilton, the only reason I'm saying his name because he's come out and said it himself. Like, he was there that day. He was one of the kids that got locked away. And he tells the story like, he goes, bro, that was the craziest thing ever. He goes, the school were telling us that you had a gun and you were going to come into the school and start shooting kids. Like, they thought it was going to be like, at the time, the Columbine shootings were very big at the time and like only very fresh, very little school shootings at the time. And so that's how everyone took it. Like, that's what I need to say. That's why it got took so seriously, because when all the kids on the Oval came running in and said that I was out the front of the school with a silver gun, I just robbed the postie. And I did go back over to the school, but like I came straight back because I was like, they're all gone. Like, where'd everyone go? So the truth is I did go over to the school, but I only went over to the school because all the boys of my mates that weren't wagging were out there on the Oval. And then obviously, when everyone started running and when they were ushered off, but then when they told the story, like in the news and everything like that, they said that I went on the school ground with the gun and this and that. And that's not true. Like, I promise you guys, the gun was already in the fire by that stage. Like, we knew we'd fucked up, and like, well, I knew I'd fucked up because my mates were all telling me like, yeah, we're in big trouble now because of you, you fucking idiot. And yeah, good times. So, and you know what? I didn't even learn from that. I've told this 100 times. So I actually got charged 2 weeks after that for the exact same thing, right? So myself and my mates, all because I said, oi, give me all your fucking guns. I'm putting them in the Canara heater, and I melted all their guns, right? And we all like just bought them from the Dandenong market. So I swear to God, 2 weeks later on a Saturday, we've gone back to Dandenong on the train, and we've all gone and bought one of these fucking plastic guns each, right? Dumb move. Now that I think of it, I'm already on the fucking... They have no idea. They still think to this day that I had a real gun because we put the plastic guns in the fire and burnt them. They never found a real gun. So they still think to this day that I had a real gun, right? And so little did we know that I'm actually getting watched, yeah? So I'm 15 years old and I've got a surveillance team on me, right? And so we're at the Dandenong fucking train station, and there's like 6 of my mates, and we've all gone back to the Dandenong market, and each one of us has gone and bought one of these guns, right? And this is how silly we all were. We're all on platform 2, and we're all shooting each other with these guns, right? And now that I look back, and when they showed me on the camera, all it looked like was 2 gangs, like I said, there was like 6 of us. But on the camera, it looked like there was a gang up that end of the platform, and they're all going like this with their guns. They couldn't see these little piece of shit plastic bullets coming out of the fucking end of the gun. All they seen was like 6 kids, 3 standing up this end of the fucking platform, 3 standing up this end of the platform, and we've all got guns in our hands, and we're pointing them at each other. Dandenong Station. They're all thinking that this is about to be a big fucking gang shooting. I'm talking like this would have been 1997 or 1998. And so they're thinking like this is right when fucking the Asian crime was fucking massive. Like the gun crime was getting massive because the heroin epidemic was getting huge. Anyway, we're all fucking shooting each other, having a grand old time. And then next thing you know, they lock down the station, right? And they say, blah, blah, blah. Everyone on platform 1 retreat to fucking the outside. Everyone on platform 2 stay there. And we're like, what? And we didn't know what was going on. And then next thing you know, the fucking SOG rock up. And next thing you know, on the first one that gets grabbed, yeah? Of course, on the first one that gets grabbed. And they're like, we fucking got you now. And I don't even know how they didn't see. If they were following us, they would have all seen us get off the train at Dandenong Station. We're 15 years old. We're all on rollerblades, actually. And we all rollerbladed to the fucking Dandenong market. And we went into the Dandenong market and all spent our $12.50 each and got this plastic gun that came in a fucking blue cardboard box. Took them out and we all put them in our fucking, down our pants like all gangsters, I'm not going to lie. And yeah, fast forward 2 weeks from my first gun charge, I get my second gun charge. And I'm 15 years old, right? And so what I actually did that day was like, yeah, this is why I am who I am today. I actually put my hand up, right? So once I realised that they were following us, right, I was like, we're fucked. Like, there's nothing we can do to get away from it. But when I realised that they hadn't followed us into the Dandenong market, I actually put my hand up and said that I went in there and bought 6 plastic guns and came out with them. I said my friends were all just, there was like all these grind poles and just like little, where we used to skate out the front of the Dandenong market, right? And anyway, I went and said that I went in there and I bought all 6 guns and I bought them all and handed them out and gave them to my friends. So I fucking done a solid for all of my mates. So all of my 15-year-old mates who still to this day don't have a criminal record, you owe that to me because you could have had a gun charge, you fuckers. Taking raps for people when I was 15 still. If Mum was in the chat right now, she'd be like, you were still taking them when you were 30. Rollerblades, yeah. So actually, true story, I was a sponsored rollerblader. So myself, my brother, we did anything to get out of the house, really. And so I really took to rollerblading. But because my brother did, yeah, and my brother was a sponsored rollerblader before I was. And yeah, we were both sponsored by the Shed in Cranbourne. So if you guys know the Shed in Cranbourne, it's the biggest indoor skate park in the Southern Hemisphere. So we were both sponsored by the Shed. I was sponsored at the age of 14, but I was also sponsored by Blade School in Frankston. So if anyone lives in Frankston and you know Blade School, yeah, I was sponsored by them. Yeah, rollerblading was big in our life. Rollerblading and plastic guns, evidently. Crazy. It's all about the adrenaline rush. You know what? And like, bro, I can't even tell you, that's been the biggest trouble my whole life because I am ADHD and I absolutely thrive in it. I actually thrive in environments where people, I thrive in a high stress environment because I lived in a high stress household, and that's how I put it, right? We all survived my dad, so that's how I put it. And I survive. I really fucking thrive well in a high stress environment because I look at things very lateral. Like I really do see things in 4K, and I don't know, like yeah. 97, the Shed. Holy fuck, bro! You know it. That was, oi, bro. That was. Oh, you were a fruit brooder too? Oi, that's how you fucking know that you were a rollerblader, because only fucking rollerbladers or fucking skaters or push bike riders called us fruit booters. Yep. Pasha says, I've LOL, I've taken up roller skating in recent years because my mates and Australian roller derby psychos. Damn. You know what? I've known a couple of chicks in my life that done roller derby, and all of them like would probably literally like stand toe to toe to me. And at that time too, like, but were absolutely gorgeous girls and like fucking yeah, just were like the same as me. Do you know what I mean? They needed that high fucking yeah. You know, if you're ADHD, you just know that like certain things give you kicks that don't give other people kicks. You know. So I'll say something, right? Someone Vandal says here, right? I'm going to put this on the screen because this. So I don't know if you guys heard of Tyler Cassidy. He was the one that the police shot at the Northcote. So I was actually one of the founding members of the Southern Cross Soldiers, who Tyler Cassidy was a member of our gang. I was one of the founding members of that gang. It was very, very, very heartfelt moment of mine. But um, yeah, if you guys remember Tyler Cassidy, you remember that he was a part of a gang that they called the Southern Cross Soldiers. So I was one of the founding members of that. So there was myself and someone else. We created that gang, and we started that gang, after the Cronulla riots. And you're probably sitting here thinking, why would you start that gang when you live in Melbourne after the Cronulla riots? Well, if you hung around in Melbourne CBD at them times, you would understand why we did that. And so that actually ended up being one of the biggest gangs in the country. So at the time when I was the president of that gang, I was the highest member you could get. There's also people in this chat that were a part of that gang. I was SCS Husey. That was my handle. And yeah, I created something fucking big. We became, one of the biggest street gangs in Australia. We became by far the biggest street gang in Victoria. At times, was boasting to have around 2,400 members, and that was no word of a lie. The truth was, I probably had about 3,000 members, but 2,400 of them were ready to turn up and turn shit on. You know. I don't talk about Tyler very often because obviously it's something that's very fucking held very deep to my heart. He was a young kid that, if in all honesty, had I had my say, probably wouldn't have been a part of the gang because of his age. But at the time, there were members of the gang that were like teenagers, and it's something I'm not proud of. It wasn't something that we told people to do. Like, we didn't tell people to carry knives. As a matter of fact, the bylaws of the gang was you had to use these, and that was what it was all about, you know. And as it turns out, that on that day, Tyler actually was like, he actually had got bashed by a group of people from another gang, from another ethnicity. And so what had actually happened is he'd gone home, and he'd gone home to try and tell his parents what had happened, but without alarming them what had happened. And then he went over to the shopping centre, and he went to Woolies, and he went and grabbed two of the biggest fucking knives they have there in Woolies, and he fucking stole them, stashed them down his fucking jumper. This is a 16-year-old kid, yeah? You got to remember. This guy would have been 55 kilos wringing wet. A tiny, tiny 16-year-old kid, yeah? And so, as I said, he was pissed off because he just, and keep in mind, I'm young at this time too. I'm probably 18, 19 years old at this time, right? And he's pissed off because he's been bashed by this other gang. And so he's vowed to get his revenge because, well, I guess he felt like that's what he needed to do for the gang or whatever. This is why I feel a little bit of responsibility, you know? And this was never anything that I was ever... And I'm very transparent about this shit, guys. I don't fucking tell tales, yeah? I tell things exactly how they are, and I think that's exactly why everyone's here, because there's no grey area with me. It's black or white, and it's just that. And so, yeah, on this day, and then, yeah, so what had actually happened is he was actually seen leaving the shopping centre with the knives, and he was told to hand the knives over. But the truth was, the kid was fearing for his life because he'd already been jumped by this gang. And he was like, no one's going to help me. Like, I'm here by myself, you know? And, yeah. And then the police were called, and then the police could have tasered Tyler. That's the truth. Like, this is fucking bullshit. He was a 16-year-old child who posed no threat. All right, he pulled the knives out, but he wasn't running towards the police. He's not a fucking 6'4", 150-kilo man. He was a child. He was a fucking child, as we all were, you know. I was an adult, right? Even though 19 is still classed as a child in the court, this and that, I was an adult. I was a man, and like I felt big responsibility over this. But I guess, yeah, you can't. I realised very soon in those term of events that you can't live a life of, if I had have done things this differently, things would have been different. And that's the truth, yeah. I can't think of things any differently. But yeah, I take responsibility for that, because I was the fucking number one. I was the top, and like people would do things to try and impress me, this and that. And it was never about anything like that. It was just what it became, you know. And I've not spoke on this very many times, you know, that, because like it's something that actually fucking cuts me very, very deep that Tyler lost his life that day. And yeah, I feel a sense of responsibility over that. Anyway, moving on. Tyler. Oh, 100% right. This is all I'm going to say, right? So the police were called and said that there was a teenage boy at fucking Northland with knives, right? And he was, but this is the thing, he wasn't threatening anyone. He wasn't fucking pulling those knives on anyone. He was having a fucking conniption. He was dead set having a meltdown. He was saying, I can't do this. I can't deal with this anymore. Do you know what I mean? I can't deal with going to school every day and getting bashed. He was like, I've had enough. And like, yeah, that's what it was. Nah, but you know what? Oi, Cyborg, you bloody legend. Butters. It's not even survivor's guilt, yeah? It's not survivor's guilt. I wasn't there. It's fucking dickhead guilt. It's like it's leader guilt. It's like I could have changed this. I could have changed this train of thought in those young men had I known at the time this is what they were capable of. I didn't know at the time. I didn't know that this was my first gang. I didn't know that there was other people in this gang that were willing to do things to impress me. I did not know that, right? Now, in all this being said, I was not the person Tyler was trying to impress. So I said I started this gang with another person, right? But I still take the full responsibility because I'm a fucking man and I don't deflect and I take responsibility. I'm a realist, and if you make your bed, you fucking lie in it. Like I said, my mum taught me that lesson very early on, and I learnt that lesson, and that's the truth. Now, it doesn't matter. I was still a leader of this gang. The other leader of this gang who started this gang was the leader of the north side of Melbourne. I was from fucking southeast Melbourne, yeah? That was my crew, but it did not matter. I still knew Tyler, and I still knew old mate, and I was still a leader. And I'll tell you something, that's what real leaders do. They take responsibility and they go down with the fucking shit. That's what a real leader does. And yeah, I actually realized in that point and time right then and there that maybe I'm not a leader, I'm a sheep. You know what I mean? Because it was never a part of me ever. All I wanted was for my Aussie mates to stop getting on the train and getting their fucking heads kicked in. I wanted my mates to stop going to the blue light discos and getting their fucking heads kicked in. I wanted my mates to stop going to school every single day and stop getting their fucking heads kicked in. That's all I wanted. One thing and one thing only. For all these other fucking groups of people to fucking pick on my fucking group of people because, like, the reality was, like, we were generally smaller than the other groups of people. We were generally smaller in not only group size, but stature. We were smaller people. And, like, what fucking real man and real, like, I just didn't want my mates to get hurt anymore. That's all I wanted. And it went from the Cronulla riots, right? The Bra Boys shit, and a lot of boys really fucking connected with that, right? And it was really, really good. And it was all good and well until they made us a race group, right? Because we were called the Southern Cross Soldiers, and every single one of us wore the same hoodie, which was my design, which had the Southern Cross Soldiers patch on the back, and then on every sleeve it said Aussie Pride, right? Now, that was very sadly mistaken for white pride, right? Two fucking ghastly differences in fucking derogatory terms, yeah? Aussie pride means one thing and one thing only. You are proud to be a fucking Aussie, which I am, and I am still today proud to be a fucking Aussie. It is what we are, guys. Why should we not be proud of it? And only like 2026 can you get called a racist for saying that you have Aussie pride. Do you know what I mean? You can't. It's just a joke. Like when did like being patriotic become being a crime? Like, and it's not even about anything about patriot. Do you know what I mean? It's nothing about that. It's just about being proud of where you're from. There's nothing racist in that at all. There's not one racist ideology in being a proud Australian. But for some reason, if you fly the flag now on social media, you're a racist. If you say you're a proud Australian, you're a racist. I don't get it. Guess what? I'm a proud Australian. Proud as fuck Australian. I'm a proud Australian and I'm a proud Aussie, and I have so much fucking Aussie pride, and I always will. And guess what? No one will ever take that off me. No one. I've had many people try and break my spirit. I spent 13 years, 9 months in fucking prison with people trying to break my spirit, and nothing will break this spirit. Aussie pride all the way. And every one of you should be proud Australians, do you know what I mean? And don't let the fucking stupid woke society of today make you think any different. Because I'll tell you something. 20 years ago, if you flew the Australian flag over your fucking house, you were seen as nothing but a fucking legend. A dead set, in today's language, a fucking sick cunt. And you know what? Today, 2026, if you fly that same Australian flag over your fucking house, guess what? You're a fucking racist. When did that happen? When did the fuck did that happen? I'll tell you what, you'll only ever see me cross my arms. I don't do it right. I'm very institutionalized, yeah. So like crossing your arms is a sign of lots of things, yeah. So I very rarely cross my arms, and the only time I ever cross my arms is when I'm fucking so pissed off that I feel like, you know, when you're so angry, you feel like there's no words that can say for the stupidity, or I don't even know if that's a word, but it's my word and I'm saying it. For how stupid it sounds to be a racist, to be a proud Australian. Like, what the I feel like when we started fucking protesting about fucking Israel and shit in our country and doing all this fucking crazy shit, like, this isn't Israel. Like, I'm all for free speech and everyone should have a free speech, but when did we all of a sudden become Israel and Australia is the next best thing? Like, what the fuck has happened in the last 6 months in the world? Like, let's be honest. I remember there was a time when there were heartbreaking scenes of Aboriginal people trying to stand up and have a say for themselves, and fucking moronic people breaking into them speeches and just being fucking dickheads, yeah? And I feel like, look what it's became. Look what it's become. Like, it's come from, like, people, like, terrorizing our First Nations people to people from other countries coming here and bringing other wars to our country. I don't get it. I really don't get it. I don't claim to be the smartest guy in the room at any time, and I never ever do that, you know, but like, I just don't get some things. And what I don't understand is how it is not racist to fly a fucking Israel flag, but it's racist to fly a fucking, I don't get it. Someone fucking, I don't get it. Do you know what I mean? Yes, I'm holding my Rolex and it's broken. I love it when I show my broken Rolex and people say, it's fake. It's fake. It's fake. It's fake. I used to have this little thing that I got off Wish that used to be able to take the backs off them. They're really hard to get off. And the worst thing is, like, the most expensive part of a Rolex is like every part of like the head, but the bevel, obviously. But like, yeah, if you fucking, but I'll show you something. Yeah, I'll show you something. I'm gonna only cover it, but fake Rolexes don't have these. See that? That's a serial number. Fake Rolexes don't have them. Righto. Now, wait. I know someone's going to say, yes, they do. Yes, they do. Fake Rolexes have fucking... Do they have hallmarks? Do they have hallmarks? Do you know what? I love and hate this watch. I would never wear it again. I appreciate a good timepiece. I really do. But I find it really cringe to wear it. I've got more fucking timepieces. So I have been someone who fucking wore very expensive jewelry at time, and I have some jewelry that's fucking worth more than the rest of it. Um, but I've given all my jewelry away to my children, which I love. Do you know what I mean? If you guys see that big fucking whopping gold chain my Ryder was wearing last week, that's my old gold chain that I gave to my son. You know, my other boys have got my bracelets, my rings, everything. You know. Oi, and exactly. Oi, I'm not even saying. I'm just saying. I don't even give a fuck. Really, I really don't. But all I'm saying is, yeah, or in my time, you couldn't have got me to wear a fake one. But now you couldn't even get me to wear one. Like that's how much of a fucking better person I am today. I'll tell you something as well. Real jewelry makes a certain sound, yeah? Fake jewelry makes a certain sound. Or you know what? It's funny you say that. Yeah, the UK people really love our accent, but let's admit it, we all love the UK accent. Like, if you ask me, like the old Cockney accent is like, it's just fucking bang on. I love it. I love it. It's like, what you fucking mean? I just love the rawness of it. It's like, yeah, I love it. You came round here to my fucking gaff. I love it. I just love it. And as a matter of fact, every single part of jail slang came from Cockney slang. Every single part of it came from Cockney slang. That's a fake desk. Well, it is. Well, I don't know. I mean, I got it from Amazon, so it might be. Who knows? It's steel. It advertised as steel and came as steel. That's a start. Hey, forever. Is Jai happy to get his cards? I hope he's happy, mate. Because you remember how many cards I had, yeah? You remember how many cards I had? Let me show you how many I've got left in this box now. You're a young fella, got every single one of them, bro. Every one of them. And I swear to God, I did not even open one packet to have a look what was in it. And I promise you, there's packets in here. So, like, ask JJ, she'll tell you. The first time I bought one packet of cards from this joint, it had, it literally had like $4,000 worth of cards in it. Like, literally, there was not one card in there that was worth under $250. So, yeah. Bro, oi, can you remember how full that box? Well, you know how full a box is, yeah. You know how full a box is, right? So obviously he knows he's getting 5 packets that are unopened, which were my last 5 packets of. Oi, this is how much I care about my community, yeah. Quite possibly there could be a fucking. Well, I don't know. I think the last fucking Charizard sold for like 12.5 million. So there quite possibly could be. So, but all I'm saying is like that is what I kept. And out of that whole fucking full pack of fucking Pokemon, that was a whole, as you know, full box. Your young fella got every one of them, bro. You know what I mean? Because, you know what? Every single time I would be here just being a fucking dipshit, opening my Pokemon cards. Like, no one showed more interest than yourself and your son Jai. And yeah, I think that yeah, bro. Like the truth is, brother. Like, yeah, this isn't like something that like I will be, you know, like they're still not in plastic folders or anything like that. It's not something that I have a great like, but yeah, that's why I was like, all right, let's give it to someone who will fucking be more fucking appreciative of it. Nah, all good, brother. All good. Sorry, guys. I don't mean to be rude, but yeah, whenever somebody has who I respect has gotten out of prison, I definitely let them know that yeah, I'm here for you. Um, you know, this is going to be hard, but I'm here for you. So if you ever need me, I'm only ever a phone call away. I have something to tell you. Do you? Yeah, brother. Yeah, bro. Put them in the post on Friday. Get amongst it. That's it. Oh, you know what? I already sent it, but you know what? I got nothing but respect for. So as a matter of fact, this young fella is the youngest Chaos Crew member. He joins our chat in the earlier hours, and yeah, he's an absolute legend. His old man's a big member of the team, and yeah, I wish I had done that. But do you know what? Do you want to know something? That's 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 small fries, yeah. So like I said, I promised I would send him the rest of the box. Like I said, I kept maybe 7 packets. That's small fries. All right. So I've got like so many different brands here that are my keepers. But I also have these. Have you seen these before forever? I may just be one of the only people that may have something like this. Put it this way. Oh, go away. I'm trying to go live. All right? Seen something like that before? It's a little special something. Are you ready? That did not just happen. I'll tell you what. If you know what you're talking about when it comes to Pokemon, you will know that I quite possibly could be onto a couple of fucking... You ready? One. Oh, yes, it is. Two. Oh, is that you, Charizard? Yes. Just have to double check. Bang. Bang. Oh, did I say mint condition? Bang. 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 All right. I'll tell you what. We'll do the last two at the same time. Is that you, Shining Charizard and Charizard? Oh, what the fuck? I'll tell you something. This little collection right here is literally worth more than its weight in gold. And I would say that it's probably literally more than its weight in gold times 100. Oi, Blastfield, I know, bro. And like, I promise you, there's a certain reason why certain cards are kept in certain packs like this. We'll just say that. They're not even my most expensive cards, if I'm honest. But let me think about this for a moment. Oh, forever. I think you better. I think you better. I think you better rehash that chat and have a double check on what you're saying there, brother. Bro, I can tell you right now, I know how much every single card in one of these is worth, yeah? So let's just say this, right? So you can say what you want about Charizard Silver, but when you're talking level 91 HP 508, yeah, nah, not this one. Not this one. Not this one. Thank you. But you know something? It always anyway, enough about Pokemon. No one came on here to talk about Pokemon. But yeah, just now you know that I've got a few fucking dinosaur fucking eggs there. So I'll tell you what got me into Pokemon cards. I'll tell you what got me into Pokemon cards. I watched one video, Logan Paul. Obviously, you know the one I'm talking about. I was like, surely not. Surely not these cards are worth this much. And then I went into a shop one day that was closing down. And I spoke to the owner and I said, listen, how many packets of Pokemon cards do you think you've got here? And he told me how many packets of Pokemon cards he thought he had there. And I said, all right. I said, so you're obviously going into liquidation. So every single bit of money that you can get right now is going to help. I'm going to give you a certain amount. Anyway, long story short, I bought every packet from that shop. That's what started that first collection, right? That's what started the first collection. And then that last box I went in there, so I went into that shop and I literally said to the lady, are they marked correctly? Like, she goes, yeah. I said, how many boxes do you have? She said, what? I said, how many boxes do you have? She said, well, right now I have X amount. I said, well, doof, I'll buy every one of them. And yeah, that's how it all started. Well, I mean, no offense to you either, but yeah, bro. Um, I've got more people in the chat here that are kind of telling me that they know what I've got. But yeah, I mean, hey, you can think they're fake. Anyone can think they're fake. Um, yeah, don't let the color of the packet fool you. Just a holding case. But anyway, Nah, bro. Sorry. Nah, surely you don't want to see my 5 rarest fake cards. Oi, Trent, thank you, legend. Well, if that is the case, you're about to get sent a whole parcel full of full of fake cards. Whole lot of fake cards coming your way, bro, for free. Strictly out of the kindness of my heart. As a matter of fact, if anyone else wants to remind me why I gave these cards away, hey, nah, no what, bro. I never said you were trying to be rude at all. Nah, that's all right, brother. Hey, no disrespect at all. No disrespect at all. It's a little Pokemon conversation that got a little bit out of hand there. Um, yeah, I guess that makes this. Yeah, I mean, look, they're not for everyone, Pokemon cards. But yeah, I mean, you can't make everyone happy. Um, I'm not Spaniard. Anyone selling cheap chip oil so I can run my car, please? Biodiesel. Oh, I remember Tarzos. They were the best. Oh, he had good with Tarzos. They were so good. Do I collect sports cards? No, I used to, buddy. I used to collect footy cards, basketball cards. Well, I mean, I do have the whole set. Like, I mean, every single card from the 1992, 1993 Upper Deck NBA cards. I have every single card. I've held that tight in my fucking grip since I was in grade 2, and which is what grade I was in 1992 and 1993. No, wait, that's got to be wrong. Oh, look, it wouldn't be far off. I think I would have been in maybe year 7 or 8. Oi, Scott, what's going on, legend? Oi, please, I'm not even going to bother to say. What sports do I enjoy? I love my martial arts, yeah, but I'm very particular. I am a boxing lover. I love boxing. I love the art of boxing. I love the tools of boxing. I love the mindset that comes with boxing. But in saying that, that comes with all martial arts. But I would say that my favourite sport to watch is boxing. And I love it because Australia is becoming massive in the boxing arena again. And I fucking love that. And then my second favourite sport would probably be now, I'm probably going to get a bit of hate for this, but my second favourite sport would probably be MMA, like another martial art. And then my third favourite sport is obviously AFL. Now, I am an avid Carlton supporter, but I don't follow football the way I used to. I used to love football when they used to punch the shit out of each other. That's when football was good. Football was good when like someone could like literally fucking give someone a 3-piece feed, bang, 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 what's going on, cunt? And then boof. There would be like nothing said about it. And then like today, it's like red card. He just fucking scratched me with his nail. And I think it was probably racist. That's what football's like today, unfortunately. Did you get into the week back in the day? I think maybe that's not the word you meant, but I'm trying to think what you meant. Oi, that's just Melinda. That's just straight up called fucking power slaps. I love that shit. I fucking love anything like that. Fucking so good. Netball is my favourite sport. You know what? I'm not even gonna lie. When I was in primary school, I played fucking dual netball, so boy and girl netball, just because like all the hottest like chicks at school played netball, and I was like, "Boy, that's the fucking sport I've got to play. I'll go out on the footy field and kick 5 fucking goals a game, no problem. Get me out there, and I'll go goal attack and fucking yeah, I'm fucking weapon." Yeah, you know what? I tried my hand. I did a bit of bull riding as a younger fucking teen. I was actually the youngest bull rider in Australia for 2 years. I was riding second division bulls when I was 14 years old. So anyone else at my age was riding steers, and I was riding bulls against full grown men, and I was beating them. I've got buckles and trophies from when I used to ride bulls. It's a pretty crazy sport. But I used to love that. I love anything that will get your adrenaline pumping. And I can tell you, when I was introduced to bull riding, I used to ride dirt bikes. I was only 13 when I first started riding bulls. And I used to ride dirt bikes. And I remember my dad actually built the arena, the arena and the buck and shoots and all that for these people that did rodeos, and they invited us down there. And I remember by our second show we went down there, I was saying to my dad, I want to do that. My dad said, no fucking way. No way. My brother's almost 5 years older than me and he was doing it. And I was like, I'm doing it. So I remember the next week I went up there and I went to the bloke who was running it and I said, oi, put me on one. And he said, nah, I've got to speak to your dad. I said, no, dad said it was sweet. I said, look, and I knew if he waved at my dad was going to wave back. Yeah, my dad on the other side of the arena. Dad waves back. I'm like, yep, sweet as, put me on. Put me on my first bull, which was the second division bull, which was an adult bull, and I rode it. And then later on that day, I got a little bit too cocky, and I was like, all right, I want to do it again. And then yeah, I got bucked off shamelessly. But yeah, that started something in me that yeah couldn't be stopped for a couple of years. It was crazy. Oi, Sistema. Oi, brother. I love it. I fucking love it, bro. Oi, oi, let's be straight up honest, Cyborg. I know you love your martial arts and all this. Any single martial art that the fucking Russian are bringing out at the moment is literally fucking groundbreaking. So they have got the craziest fucking bare knuckle fucking boxing league going at the moment. Yeah, I would say that, yeah. Fuck yeah. You know what? I used to love when it was WWF or WWE. What was it first? WWF. Yeah, WWF. Yeah, I think, do you know what? It's not that I don't have no fear, if I'm completely honest. Like, I'm a human at the end of the day, but I am this specific type of human that is particularly fucking, like, warmed up by fear. You know what I mean? Like, fear does things to me that it doesn't do to other people. It sets things off in my body that doesn't do for other people. Oi, and there's all these different style fucking mixed martial arts. They've got these ones now that have these rings. Like, I know that fucking Dan, what's his name? Dan Hooker. He's the New Zealand UFC dude. And they were doing their shit with the rings all like fucking on a 45-degree angle. So like you could still be like fucking like pounding people down and it still wouldn't get caught off because it was still, yeah, good shit. Was it what's going on, legend? Massive balls to get in the rodeo. Do you know what? I actually, there was a point in my life where there was not many things in my life that could actually give me satisfaction because I lived such a hectic young life, like riding bulls and stuff like that. Like I actually found a point in my young life where I didn't get any satisfaction of things unless they were in heightening my senses by 1,000. You know what I mean? Like I needed to be feeling like I was. I'll give you a heads up what we used to do for fun. So I've told this story before, so I'll just quickly tell it. My mate inherited a fucking a wing glider for, from his uncle when his uncle died, right? And so I was the only one of these people that seen that as an opportunity. Everyone else seen it as, so what they did, they actually set, so the sleeping bag bit, what you hang on to the triangle with, we set that up in his fucking shed and we'd push it around and you'd literally hit the shed roof with your head, with your feet, and we're having a fucking grand old time. Well, that night, I said to myself, if we get two people in the Gemini, and if I put the triangle right at the roof racks on the Gemini and hold myself and the roof racks at the same time on the Gemini, and I get the person in the driver's seat to hold one arch of the triangle, and I get the other person, which was my brother, in the passenger seat to hold the other arch of the triangle, that we should be able to get a fair, good speed, right? Because I realised that we tried it so many times trying to get that wing glider up from the car, yeah, in the paddock. And then I realised that we needed more speed. And so it was me that said, stop fucking trying to push me up before we're like, we need to be doing 80, 100 Ks. I said, because when we started going that speed, I could feel it. I was in the fucking hang glider. I could feel it lifting up when we were going, get to like 80, between 80 and 100, the thing would lift up. But they were too scared to let me go. And so anyway, I said on the next go, I said, fuck this, you're ruining my fun. When we get to 80 Ks, just let go and I will control me from hanging on, because I'm hanging on. I don't even have big hands, guys. I'm hanging on to the hang glider triangle and the roof racks of the Gemini, yeah? And I've got my legs and my body in the sleeping bag thing, whatever you call it. And I'm sitting on the top of this roof and I thought, this is it. This is the time. I knew that as soon as we hit 80 Ks, the nose was going to start doing what it was doing on every other time, and it was going to start doing this. And I thought, I knew that that was the time where I had to push down, let go of the fucking car and push down on the triangle so it pushed the nose up, right? And I swear to God, this is exactly what happened. We get to 80 kilometers an hour, the nose starts going, and I'm hanging on the top of the Gemini, yeah, and I'm like, yes, it's going to happen. So anyway, the nose, and I'm like, fucking yes. The nose lifts up, and I let go, yeah? I'm like, we're off. I'm out of here. And I was literally this high above the fucking Gemini, yeah? I've let go. I'm hovering. But then all of a sudden, something kicked in, physics, inertia, something, and the front of the fucking hang glider that was like doing a mono on top of the Gemini, this high above the Gemini, all of a sudden went flunk and flipped straight in front of the Gemini. So I'm not even kidding. We're doing 80 Ks in my mate's paddock in Baddaginny, just on the outskirts of Benalla. And all of a sudden, we hit 80 Ks, the fucking hang glider lifts off, I let go, and then something happened. The hang glider went from going up to going down very quick. So I went like this, it was going up, and then it went whoof, doof, and then just dived straight in front of the Gemini. Now, the Gemini, right, I jumped straight in front of the Gemini. It slammed on the brakes. I don't know how fast it's going by this stage, maybe 40 or 60, but it's pushed me on the Gemini. So it's kind of like, it's pushed me on the hang glider. Now, keep in mind, no shit, I'm upside down like this. In the hang glider, in the triangle, the backs of the hang glider's up like this, and the steep end of the fucking hang glider's down there like that, and I'm up here like this. And then next thing you know, the fucking hang glider flips over, 100% flips over like that. I'm laying on my back, and I'm getting pushed along, and then next thing you know, the Gemini stops right there. Like right there. I'm looking at the radiator from underneath the Gemini. The driver ran straight over the top of me. Not his fault. Like, whatever fucking physics it was, inertia, I don't know, something, wind resistance, something that we had no fucking business in doing, knowing nothing about. And, so we flipped over, bang, got pushed along for about 120 metres, and then bang, the car stopped. I'm on my back in this sleeping bag thing. Now, you guys need to understand, these sleeping bag things have straps on them, yeah? You strap your whole body in to your arms. So the only bit that's free is your arms. And so, yeah, I'm flipped upside down in this fucking hang glider. I'm looking upside down, and then next thing you know, the Gemini stops right there. I'm like, whoa, bro. I'm telling you now, best time of my life. As a matter of fact, I was like, because I'm ADHD, my brother's ADD, right? So I'm a little tad more fucking silly than him when it comes to shit like this. So in my mind, I'm like, oh my God, that was the most fun I've had in so much time. Like, we have got to do this now. And in my head, I'm going, right, we've got to go 120, fuck 80 to 100. We've got to go 120. That's the launch rate. And if we hit 120, I will go up, you know? But they didn't want to do it. I swear, that was the kind of shit we grew up doing. Yeah, that was what we did for fun. I could say a lot of other things we used to do for fun. Probably wouldn't be seen in the same light as the hang glider story, I'm sure. I don't even know what you're talking about, Stephen Spadotto, but I'll tell you something. I'll tell you something that I learned in my life, mate. I'm telling you, when you fucking, like, you know what I mean? When you fucking fade or you fucking shift a fucking left and you fucking roll and you throw them a fucking right palm straight to the fucking ear, bang, burst the fucking eardrums. Oi, so this was in a paddock. And not only that, the hang glider's flipped upside down. So I am locked inside this sleeping bag, like I said, that's strapped up to my arms, and then I am on top of a hang glider. But we're on grass. We're in a paddock on grass. So my mate was actually a racehorse trainer. So his family trained racehorses. So they had all these crazy fucking like perfectly flat lands on their property, which was perfect for me. Like in my head, I was like, I'm gonna be a hang glider tonight. 100%. Everything that is banned. But did you know you can still do fucking 6 to 12 elbow strikes if you're on your back? Did you know that? You can still do 6 to 12 elbow strikes if they're on their back and you're on top of them. So as long as it doesn't breach the 12 o'clock mark, you can still do elbows wherever you want. I actually watched this good video the other day, and it was about Herb Dean and Dan. Oh, fuck, what was his name? The fucking big fucking UFC fucking referee. And they had this big argument about whether 6 to 12 elbows were legal when you are on top of someone or on your back. And Herb Dean's argument was when you're laying on your back, if you're looking up, the clock is at 12 o'clock straight ahead, right? And then the other guy's argument was, when the fuck are you ever laying on your back looking at a clock? And which is the truth. And that is why the up and down fucking 12 to 6 elbows are still legal. Love that. Oh yeah, I'll tell you something. So I did boxing a lot as a kid, and one of the very first things I learned as a kid was how to throw a hook, but to throw a wide hook, so my hands would extend past the opponent's head, and so like the palm and the wrist of my glove would connect with the ear. And these are things that you're taught. I was taught this as a 15-year-old kid, and this is what I learned in the ring as a kid. And I was taught that there was, as much as you would like to believe that it is not true, you are taught as an amateur boxer ways to break the law in boxing without breaking the law. And that's the truth. And everyone does it. They all do it. You all still see it. You still see it. People have their amateur training still locked into them when they're pros, that they bang still throw the fucking sly fucking elbow headbutt in, or they throw the extended fucking palm, and that is just training that is stuck in them from their amateur career. Who's your favourite UFC fighter? You saying Peter Yarn's boxing, some of the cleanest shit. I'll tell you what, I am a fucking super fan of Jai. I don't know how to pronounce his last name. Opataya. But that guy is a knockout artist. He is something to really, really look out for in the boxing world. I think that also Jai has a lot more potential than he's showing. I think that he's fighting. All right, let's just say like, let's put Jai in a ring with not a mediocre opponent, with a fucking 5-star fucking next level fucking 5-star Michelin star opponent. Bro, this dude is a fucking machine. And you know what? He's a southpaw that's just as dangerous with his right than he is with his left. It's fucking uncanny. He's crazy. Jai Apatoya, I don't know how you say his name, but like his last name, but Apatoya, you know what? When you listen to his fights, every pronouncer says it different. So like, I don't even know how to say the dude's name, but like, oi, really, really good. Yeah, fuck yeah. I'm a big, big fan of fucking Jai. I think the dude's got a lot of potential. I think he's shown a lot of um, superstar potential early on, and not only that, his all boxers have a confidence that's like next level, you know. But like the thing is with people like with Jai, he's got a mouth that can back it, and I swear to God, every time he's opened it, he's backed it. He's backed it with a big fuck off left or a big fuck off right, actually. Stand the man, low kick, fucking oath. Oi, stand the man, Longanides. Fuck yeah. Oi, they were different days, weren't they? I think we've got a different attire of superstars at the moment. You've got to understand though, like back then, like yeah, the martial arts game was very underground in Victoria. It was very, very, very um, underground, very new and very conventional. Um, yeah. Or you know what? Oi, Corvus, I'll tell you something, right? So when I first started amateur boxing when I was younger, I was a southpaw, yeah. So I can do both stance, yeah. But I'll tell you something. So I used to get trained off this guy called Tim Fitzpatrick, yeah. And so his family are massive, massive boxers from the UK. And so he actually came over to train with me. I never say this, yeah, but I was actually training for the 2000 Olympics with my boxing. I went pretty hard at it, and I was pretty good at it, right? And I had I had Tim Fitzpatrick would come over and he would train with me, and so he said to me, "Have you ever tried like not fighting as a southpaw and tried fighting as an orthodox?" And I said, "Look, if I'm honest, I said." When I fight on the street, I fight as an orthodox. He said, "Really?" And I said, "Yeah." And he said, "Because your stance is southpaw." And I said, "Yeah." But anyway, I realised that I was very, very, very fucking Molly Duca. Like I was very southpaw and orthodox and could switch my stance up. But I realised, right? So that guy coming over and fucking teaching me how dangerous I was with my left, which you've got to understand, right? So when you're a southpaw, your right is your lead. When you're a fucking orthodox, your left is your lead, right? So I found a massive difference in my fucking fighting ability when I was leading with my fucking left, and fucking bang, like was like, dropping with my left. And so yeah, I know things really, really changed. I was a southpaw when I started, and then I ended up going orthodox. But there was a few fights that I had there as an amateur where I would change stance just because I realised that. And the only time I ever changed stance during a fight was when the opposition would change stance, and I was like, "All right, then, let's both go play this game," and then boof, boof, just do all of that. Oh, you're a lefty also? Yeah, fuck. Oh, and you know what? The dude has a fucking left hook, man, that is deadly. Like I'm talking like Jai has a fucking heavyweight left hook. And there's no other way to put it. Like if you want to put it like back into the perspective of Aussie fighters, you'd really have to put him in the same category as people like Lester Ellis, um, um, yeah, I'm just going to say people like Lester Ellis, um, Dave Ellis, no, fuck me. Oh, I wish my mum was here. He's actually my godfather. Fuck. Fuck. Oi. Cyborg, help me out here, bro. I actually feel like a fuckhead now because I can't remember it. Intercontinental heavyweight champ, Dave Russell. Dave Russell. Yeah, so he literally, like, I think, like, there's been nobody since these two. So, like, Dave Russell, if you guys have followed boxing for a long time, Dave Russell, Lester Ellis, very fucking hard fighters. Jai is very, very much the same ilk. And I think it takes a lot to be a fighter cut of the same ilk of people like that. Yeah, Dave Russell, 100%. Or I knew you knew exactly who I was talking about when I said my godfather. My mum's been here and said it. So my father was actually engaged to Dave Russell's sister before my mother. And then, so my father and Dave Russell grew up in Furniture Gully together. My father and Dave were best mates growing up. My father was also good mates with Anthony, Dave's brother. But yeah, Dave's my godfather. But yeah, oi legends, I'm going to be jumping off in about, I'll tell you what, I'll jump off when we hit 4 hours, so that's 25 minutes. I'm going to go to the Brasco, go top up, and what's the time? It's got to be 4:20 somewhere. Anyway, I'm going to put some awesome music on for you guys. I'll be back in a moment. And boy, how much does this sound like a Pennywise song? Guy made it like this. I love it. Watching you back.
Just to do love the night more than you ever loved the day. Now I'm haunted by the memories, trying to find my way, wondering if I'll ever love again, or if my heart will stay this free.
You know what? It fucking trips me out this time of year. Like, hey, who mentioned Tony Magnuson? Madison. I'll tell you something. I class myself to be like pretty up there in the boxing fucking game. My family has names with belts beside them, and yeah, there's never ever been a time when Cyborg has ever like said anything that's not been absolutely 100% true and correct. You have lost weight, Biff. Do you know what? So I don't know if you guys have been here since the start. You will hear me have said that I had my first two chicken Kievs that I've had in weeks tonight. So I have been somebody who has suffered from fatty organs before and had very high cholesterol. I actually walked out of prison, my last prison sentence at, well, my big sentence, I walked out at 147 kilos. Up there, yeah? Like fucking big boy. And my last sentence, I walked out at 127. Um, Guys, like I said, I'm only 5'10". I'm not a big guy. That's very, very fucking a lot of weight for someone of my height. And yeah, I took a lot of. Do you know? I tried probably nearly every diet that there was known to man, only because my health was like declining massively. Um, excuse me. I was diagnosed with type 2 diabetes because of the amount of weight I put on. And, well, here's the truth, right? So I came into prison at 79 kilos and I walked out at 147. I was 3 kilos, well, 2 kilos off walking out double the weight that I came in. That's not good. Not good at all. Oh, Z Dog, what's going on, legend? Oh, Hector Thompson, good name. Like, got a good name in the boxing. But this was back when boxing was different too. You got to remember. Do you know what? Do you know what? Let's fuck all the world boxers. Let's talk about some of our fucking famed Australian boxers. Like, for instance, let's talk about Johnny Famishon. Like, I'll tell you something, right? When I grew up, when I did boxing, I swear to God, every single night we would have to do 6 3-minute rounds of skipping before we did anything. So, like, we would do 6 3-minute rounds of skipping and then we would go on to the bags. And then, right, if it was a like good night where a lot of boxers came to the gym, we would do sparring. But like my gym was in an old dairy. I was in the smallest gym in Benalla, and we used to fight all the other bigger gyms. And um, fuck. But yeah, boxing was different back then. I remember. So I remember. Oi, Cyborg, you remember this year? I remember one day we were boxing, just sparring away, and I was the youngest person in my gym. Yeah, so I was like 14, 15 years old, sparring full grown men. Yeah, I was a junior welterweight, and I was dead set fighting like sparring middleweights and fucking super middleweights. I fought a couple of heavyweights, but I was tiny. Yeah, I was a junior welterweight, and I remember one day we were just boxing away, and like you know what it's like at a boxing gym. Yeah, the same fucking dudes come every night, and so you'll have ring-ins that come maybe one night a week, 2 or 3 times a month, but you have the same dudes that are there before the fucking gym opens every night, yeah, and like legitimate athletes. I love them people, yeah. And I remember this one night we were all just training away, and like I said, I was the youngest in my gym, and so Cyborg, you might remember this, right? So there was a up and coming amateur who went pro. His name was Isaac Kefalukas, right? And so he was the pro in my gym at the time. And so everyone else in my gym was amateurs. my boxing name, Cyborg, was Lenny Griffiths. So Lenny Griffiths was actually back in like Famishon time and actually hold a fair bit of titles. And so he was a really, really good trainer. But anyway, I was the youngest fighter in my gym. And I was always had this chip on my shoulder, yeah? Because every night I would go home and I would fight my dad, but I'd get fucked up, yeah? Not by choice, but that was just my life, yeah? So, like, I would go home every night and I would be fighting a grown man anyway. So, like, it was my life to be, like, fighting a grown man. And I remember this one day in particular, I was fighting Isaac Kefalukas. Now, we were sparring. Now, keep in mind, I was training for the 2000 Olympics. There was myself and another up-and-comer called Mitchell Holland. And he was a young Koori fella from my area who was fucking brilliant boxer, but I ended up growing a little bit bigger than him. So, like, he ended up being lightweight. I ended up being fucking junior welterweight. Anyway, I would spar this guy, but he was good. But I would hurt him because I was a little bit bigger than him. And that's not much difference too either, guys. But anyway, on this particular day, right, so I was sparring Isaac Kefalukas. He was an adult and he was turning pro. And, like, I remember on this day, right, I remember particularly that something had happened. Now, this guy was a part of the criminal world as well. And I remember particularly something had happened between himself and my sister, right? And I was like, I'm the youngest in my family, yeah? I'm very much, my brother's like 5 years older than me. My sister's almost 4 years older than me. Like, I'm the very much youngest, yeah? And I remember on this day, I had this grudge with him, right? And I remember fighting him, and I remember, like, he was half by tooling me up, yeah? But I knew that I always had this fucking hook that was a fucking dropping hook. And I remember, right? I remember he was getting me, and he got me with this fucking right cross that was, like, flush on the chin and dropped me, yeah? But this guy was a middleweight, and I was a junior welterweight, yeah? So, like, big weight differences. And anyway, he's dropped me, and I remember when I got dropped, like, because my coach was a fucking legend, yeah, and he ran straight over, and he literally picked me up on my shoulders, and he was like slapping me on the cheeks, and he's going like, "Oi, oi!" He's like, "Snap out of it." He's like, "You can do better than this, right?" And I remember, so Cyborg, remember I said you will know this, yeah. On this day, I remember I was sparring Isaac, right? And it was funny because Isaac's brother had one arm and he used to train with his brother, which is like, yeah, like you do the math there. It doesn't work out. But anyway, so I remember I was sparring Isaac on this day. He just dropped me, yeah? And I'd just been slapped about by my coach and he's like, "Get up, fucking like snap out of it, rah, rah, rah." And I was like, yep. And like I remember at the time, like it didn't matter to me. Like I'd been hurt 10 times more than this cunt could ever hurt me, yeah. And I remember like my coach had just finished slapping me and he's like, "Fight him like you're fighting Mitchell." And I was like, "What? He's a fucking middleweight." And he's like, "Fight him like you're fighting Mitchell." And I was like, "All right." And then it made sense to me straight away what he was saying as soon as I started hitting this guy like he was a fucking lightweight, you know? And then, so anyway, what actually happened? Anyway, I'll get to my story. I'll go on. Anyway, so I've finished and I've just gone fucking boof and fed him this mad fucking 2-piece speed, which I just went under and I just went with a bang. I went with a left rip, yeah? And this was something my dad taught me and I fucking slipped it, ducked under it, went bang with the left rip. And so, as you know, Cyborg, I'm already here with my left rip, yeah? And then just went, oh, with the right hook and then fucking bang, dropped Isaac. And then I swear to God, exactly as this happened, Daryl Dale and fucking David Tour walked through our fucking training doors. I swear to God, like two of the biggest names in boxing at the time, Daryl Dale and David Tour. And I was like, "Whoa, what the fuck?" And I remember I was standing there in my corner and my coach is going like, fucking relax. And like, I knew I'd already had it. Like, it was only a spar, but I fucked him. And I fucked him like when I came through and I ducked down and went bang and I crossed him with my rip. I swear to God, it took every single bit of breath he had out of him. He dropped his guard and I just went, boof, fucking bang, dropped him. And I swear to God, it couldn't have happened at a better time. And if you guys know, oi, guys, fucking, if you guys, was his fighting name Young Mitchell? Oh, yeah, you know it, bro. He's a Koori brother. And yeah, so, and then, like I said, I was sparring Mitchell, and then fucking Mitchell wasn't there that day. I was sparring Isaac, and then yeah, I just went bang, boof, dropped Isaac, fucking ended up, I knocked him out, right, and then right at that time, Daryl Dale and fucking David Tour walked through the door, right? David Tour was our number one heavyweight, and I was like, whoa. I remember saying like, fuck me, man, like, and the best thing was, I remember because I was young, amateur too, and Isaac was fucking going fucking professional. I remember fucking yeah, they both came over to me and they were like fucking giving me like dabs up and hugging me, and they're like, fucking hell, kid, because they walked through right when I ducked under. He threw this mad fucking left, and I just went, yeah, cunt, bang, rip, oof, knocked out. Yeah, bro. Do you know what? I had, you know, the records speak for himself. I had a few amateur fights and I didn't lose any, and I think that like there was this thing when I grew up where my brother was always better at everything that he did than I was, and I was the youngest, and I really like felt like I had to really put every single bit of effort into everything to get noticed as much as my brother did, right? Because my brother used to play for fucking Dandenong Stingrays under 18s when he was 16, right? So like if you're from the area, Dandenong Stingrays is VFL, and like that's the next step from Dandenong Stingrays is AFL, yeah? VFL, AFL. Anyway, so my brother was always like, and like I always felt like I was like not as good as my brother, you know. I had this, I'm not going to lie, I had this complex my whole life, which is exactly what made me who I was, because I was like I said, I was 5 years younger than my brother. So when I'm 15, my brother's 20. So when I'm 20, my brother's 25. So when I'm 18, I've got everyone telling me that my brother is the be all and end all of fucking street fighters in our area, and he was like unbeatable. But I remember as like a youngster, I heard that, and I just knew that like I had that in me. Like this was my brain fart at the time. I'm like, whatever fucking genes will pass down to that motherfucker, my brother, who's good at everything he does, and I struggled at everything I did my whole life. I was like, I am as good as him as fighting as he is. And I remember having that thought at that time. And that was a good break for me. And you're right. I probably could have really done well in boxing. I was a very fucking dedicated like junior welterweight, and like for me, like I knew I knew I was never going to be a heavyweight. I knew I was never going to be a middleweight. So like I really had to like aim towards different fucking things, you know. And the truth is, this is what happened. So this is how my boxing career came to a fucking sudden end. So one of my trainer, Lenny Griffiths, was the biggest trainer in the area, had titles to his name, this and that. And when I started the gym, there was a detective. So it was a YCDC, what you YCBC, a YCB. It was a police boxing club. I don't know how to say that word. I can't remember it. But anyway, it was a police sponsored boxing club. Yeah, it was the local police that were sponsoring kids like myself from fucking, next level families to try and get them out of that life, right? So anyway, there was a lot of police that came to that gym, and so when after that shit happened with Isaac Kefalukas, and they realised that, do you know what I mean? Like, because this is how it came about, right? It came about as a brain fart at school. We were boxing, and there was only 2 kids in my area that were boxing at my age, right? And one of the local jocks, his dad was a very, very skilled boxer, but he was one of the local jocks. I'm a houser, yeah? So, like, we 2 totally different fucking groups of people. And it was a brain fart that just happened at school one day. So this guy I actually got kept down twice in year 10, guys. I actually tried so hard to be something in my life, but unfortunately I was always fucking bunkered down by intellectual disabilities that I didn't know about until I was 14, 15 years old. But I never let that, like, deter me, and I always tried to. So I did fucking pass year 11, but I stayed down in year 10 twice. But anyway, at the time it was like, this could have been something that I could have done in my life. I've said this many, many times. I come from a family of boxers. My father was a boxer. My grandfather actually supported his family traveling the country. He was one of the last tent boxing troops that used to travel the country. My grandfather was the toughest man I ever met in my life, and I still say this to this day. And I've met some of the people who they say are the craziest people in our criminal underworld, and I'm telling you, none of them even fucking come on the same category as my grandfather. My grandfather, if you guys don't know how tent boxing works, I'll give you a little rundown on tent boxing, right? So tent boxing works like this. So you are basically a prize fighter, and guess what? You're going to fight everyone that night until someone beats you, or you're going to fucking fight everyone that night and you're going to win every fight, right? And that's exactly how tent boxing used to go, right? They used to go around to towns and they'd say, righto, we've got A, B, C boxer here. A's the best, B's the second best, C's the worst, right? We're going to pick out some fucking people from the community. You're going to fucking go in. If you win, you're going to fucking win this money, rah, rah, rah. And my pop was undefeated, yeah? My pop. My pop was also a painter and docker. I think it's important to add that in because, he was a tough cunt, yeah? My pop was a different breed of fucking individual. His father owned the Flemington Arms, Farmers Arms. He owned the Flemington. So the pub that, if it was right now, would be right across the road from the Royal Children's Hospital. I've been there and had coffee. It's like a coffee shop now. But when my great-granddad owned it, it was the Painters and Dockers pub, yeah? That's where they all used to drink. It was on Flemington Road, right across the road right now from where the Royal Children's Hospital is. Yeah. Ever fight in the Bindi Shell at Diamond Creek? Nah, so I'll tell you right. So when I actually started boxing in Cranbourne, right? So I started boxing in Cranbourne where Daniel Lovett started boxing under Robbie Dawes, so Porky Lovett. I went right through school with Porky Lovett. He was still to this day. I respect Porky very well, and vice versa. Yeah, and so that's where my boxing actually started out. I started out with Robbie Dawes as a very young kid, and then my family moved to Benalla, and then so obviously I couldn't go to that gym anymore. Benalla's fucking 2.5, 3 hours away from Melbourne, from Cranbourne, and so yeah, I got into boxing in Benalla. Was it the one that's turned into the backpackers, Biff? Oi, Duka, I actually think that that's what it is now, right? But I remember the last time I went there was when my son, rest in peace, was in the Royal Children's Hospital. And I remember all my family came there and they were like, we're going to go here because this was like where my great granddad owned. And then anyway, yeah, don't ask me to go into the other part of that story where I said rest in peace because I won't. And but yeah, my son lost his life, and you know what? That's what made me who I was. That's what turned me from the person who I was to the person I became. I'll tell you something, Jamie. So, Brophies, Porky Lovett is a Hell's Angel. Last I heard, I saw him fight. Yeah, he is, brother. He is. And I went right through school with Porky. And I've got nothing but respect for the bloke. And I remember, actually, as a matter of fact, Cyborg, the last place I boxed with Porky was at his Rowville gym when he was training in Rowville. I don't believe that was under Robbie Dawes. I believe it was. I used to go there with him then. You know, that's how far back it goes, Cyborg. Oi, thank you everyone for the fucking support in the chat. Yeah, I went down a tangent then that I didn't mean to go down, and yeah, please don't ask me to fucking talk about it because I'm not like I won't talk about it. I've spoken about it enough, and yeah, everyone knows how my son passed away, and those that don't know, well, look, I don't want to talk about it. You know what I mean? I'm doing well. We've had a good night, and we don't want to end it like that. You know what I mean? But I'll tell you something, right? Oi, so when I was kicking it with them boys, so there was another boy, Matty Cooper. You might remember him, Cyborg. He used to have used to have a few fights down there at the Calabria Club. We used to go down there and watch fucking Porky, and we used to watch Coops fight. Yeah, Matty Cooper, bro. He was someone who had a lot of fucking potential. Come from the same gym as Porky. And yeah, fucking good kid, man. Like had hands of steel, like hands of brass, bro. And if you ask him, he'll tell you, he'll say that about me. I remember one time I was at a party in Cranbourne, and I remember Coops was there, and I remember I just started seeing this chick, right, and her last bloke was like fucking used to bash her and that, yeah. And so obviously I'm on a warpath already. I'm like, my new girlfriend's telling me that her ex-boyfriend used to bash her. I'm already on a warpath, but I'm not ready. Like, I'm still, like, I'm a criminal, but I'm still, like, I had my apprenticeship at the time. I'm probably 19 years old. And, yeah, I remember we're at this party in Cranbourne, and I remember I had two stubbies of Carlton Draft. And I remember we were on Endeavour Drive. I used to live in Marinda Park. Yeah, that was my hood. We ran it. My brother ran it before I ran it. My dad ran it before that. Like, we ran that shit, yeah. And like, so I remember that was our fucking domain, yeah. And if you ever came onto our domain and you weren't supposed to be there, we were gonna let you know. But anyway, I remember talking to Coops, yeah, and I remember the week before I'd just gone to the Reggio Calabria Club and fucking watched Coops fucking wreck this dude. I watched Porky wreck this dude, one of his first pro fights, and I remember saying something, and then like, cause like Coops actually was mates with my girlfriend, and I remember like talking to Coops, and like I said, I had a Carlton draft in each hand, right? I'm like 19 years old, yeah, and I'm just entering that world. I was actually selling allegedly amphetamines at the time, and so I was like allegedly under copious amounts of amphetamines at the time. Also, something I'm not proud of, but like it was what we did at the time. And so I'm three shades to the wind, and I'm also not going to sleep that night, if that makes sense, yeah? So anyway, I'm talking to Coops, right? And I remember, right, because we took Coops to that boxing fight. Oi, bro, fuck yeah, the Brizzy brothers. Yeah, fuck yeah, bro. So that was where, well, as you know, until shit happened. But yeah, that was where it all used to be. But I remember I was talking to him about the fight the weekend before, because we took him there, and I remember we had this big table, and it was just a fucking good weekend. And like Porky won that night, Coops won that night, and it was a good night, yeah. And I remember I'd been at the party for about 10 minutes, and me and my mates, the party was in Matheson Court in Marinda Park. If you know, you know. And so, just off Endeavour Drive. And I remember, like I said, I'm there talking to Matty Cooper. I've got a stubby of Carlton draft in each hand, and I'm talking to him. And like I said, he knew the chick that I was seeing. He went to school with her, rah, rah, rah. She went to a different school than me. I went to Lyndhurst. She went to Cranny High. And so I didn't really know her, you know. And we met each other when we were like 18. And anyway, so like she was my new girlfriend. And then so anyway, cut a long story short, I'm there with two stubbies in my hand. I'm talking to Matty Cooper. And he goes, bro, don't turn around. He goes, but so-and-so just rocked up, right? And I was like, what? And he goes, so right behind you, bro. And I was like, so this guy, I just hooked up with this chick, and she'd just been with this guy for like 18 months. And this guy had been fucking teeing off on her and bashing her and this and that. And like, I was like I'm always this person, yeah. I always had this thing. If I ever said I was going to do it, I was going to do it. And that was always my thing that ended me up in prison, because I'd always open my big mouth and say I was going to do something, and then I would have to do it, yeah. And so I always was going around saying that when I see fucking this guy, I'm going to fuck him up, yeah. And then so I remember, yeah, I was talking to Coops, and Coops is like, brother, so just turned up. And he goes, I go, what? He goes, right behind you, bro. And I remember, and I still talk to Coops about this day, and he goes, bro, it was the crispest two punches I've ever seen. And so I said, bro, hold these. I gave him my two fucking Carlton drafts, and I fucking turned straight around and said, oi, cunt. And he goes, I fucking knew I was going to see you here. And I just went, boof, boof, and gave him the crispest two-piece you've ever seen. And so where I was standing, right, I was standing like right here, and there was a fucking fence right here, right? The party was outside, and the fence was like right here. And I've just gone, boof, boof. But my right fucking sent him straight through the fucking fence of the party we were at. And I remember I jumped on him and fucking, yeah, I remember I was feeding him, right? And so you really can't see it now, but you can just see it, right? All right, this will zoom shortly and fucking get the proper fucking zoom. Listen, you fucking stupid piece of shit $2,000 camera. Zoom, you fuck. Oi, my GoPro would have already zoomed you. Fuck. Oi, but anyway, I've got a scar there, right? So what actually happened that night was, so when he was on the ground, I actually uppercutted him, right? And when I uppercutted him, so you can see my knuckle is protruded there, yeah? I don't have a fourth knuckle. It actually looks like I've got four knuckles. It's different, yeah? It's missing. See that? It's missing, right? So anyway, what happened that night was I actually uppercutted him, and so my fist went directly into his fucking mouth face, and I knocked two of his teeth out, but one of his teeth chipped, and so a chipped part of his teeth was lodged in my hand, and I didn't even know, right? And so things went really, really fucking sideways this night, right? So this was the night, remember I said I was an apprentice, this and that. This was the night where things changed for me and really made my whole life change. And so I'd literally seen my hand, and like the thing was, like I didn't know this at the time, but if you punch someone in the mouth and you get their bacteria from their mouth, from a human's mouth. So here's the true story. You could cut your hand with a razor blade and rub it around a toilet bowl, and it won't get as infected as it does from a human's mouth. Now, I don't know how to explain that, but this is the absolute truth, yeah? And so, like I said, this night catapulted me into criminality, right? Because I looked down at myself, and like, I wish you guys could see the actual fucking scar there. I'm sure you guys can see how pink my knuckle is there. But anyway, right, so I cut my hand from here all the way up to here. You can see the scar there, right? And so literally cut my hand from there all the way up to there. And so I actually had my mate do stitches on me himself. This is how scared I am of hospitals, yeah? So I'm sitting there, my mate's stitching me up with fucking literally cotton from his mum's sewing kit, and he's sewing me up, right? But as he's sewing me up, I'm watching my hand, right? My hand was getting infected so quick that very soon every single one of my fingers was like this, and every single one of my fingers was this fat, right? And so I remember thinking at the time, how fucking dare this motherfucker? And so the party, we lived in Marinda Park, yeah? So all my friends lived off Endeavour Drive. And so we went back to one of my mates' friend's house, and his old man had a gun license, yeah? And I remember like taking off and running straight to where I knew his dad kept the gun safe keys, and I grabbed the gun safe keys, right? And I grabbed them, and I've got them stashed in my fucking pants, yeah? And so anyway, by this stage, I'm bleeding everywhere, all over my mate's fucking kitchen. And so he's like, bro, we've got to go outside. And I'm losing my shit, yeah? Like, you guys have got to understand. In my head, I was like, this guy's been bashing my girlfriend, and I've just tried to fucking bash him, and now I'm fucking dying from some kind of poisoning. But anyway, my hand was super fucking swollen, and I remember thinking, I am going to get back here. And this is where my life went from normal. Now, keep in mind, I said I got my fucking first gun charge when I was 15. I done everything within my power to change my life and not try and live the same path as was predicted for me, right? And so I had got to this point. I got myself an apprenticeship. I was fucking a few years into my apprenticeship. I was doing very well. But something happened that night, and like it really changed me forever, because like I went to my mate's dad's gun safe, and when I was going into my mate's dad's gun safe, my mate came out and he said, "What are you doing, bro?" He's like, please don't take my dad's guns. And I swear to God, I hate myself for it. I went fucking bang, bang. I drilled my mate and dropped him on the ground, knowing that was going to give me enough time to get just one of them guns out. Now, his old man was a fucking a duck and skeet shooter, yeah? So he used to do like those things that go and they throw those clay targets out and they shoot it. He used to do that shit. I don't know what it's called, skeet shooting or something. And he used to do duck shooting as well, right? And so in my head at this time, I'm thinking I've been that disrespected. My hands ripped apart. I can literally see my knuckle through my hand. But not only that, my hand is that fat. Like I thought, like I don't know what I just like. I'm gonna lose my hand. And I remember, still to this day, I haven't spoken to these friends over what I did that night. Yeah, and so I'm not gonna go right into what I did that night, but I'll say this right. So under everyone else's trying to stop me from getting the guns out of that gun safe, I got the guns out of that gun safe, right? And I only wanted one. I knew I only needed one because I only needed one or two shots to do what I wanted to do, yeah? And in my head, now keep in mind, guys, I'm never ever going to tell you guys stories that I've never been charged for or I haven't been fucking, you know, I've taken to court and beaten, yeah? So any story that I've ever telling you is I've either been convicted for and done prison time or I've taken to court and beaten or whatever. But anyway, cut a long story short, let's get to the fucking the pointy end of the stick here. So I'd stolen the shotgun, and so by this stage, I've lost 3 of my 5 mates that were with me because they knew what was going to happen. And even though I probably didn't even know what was going to happen, you could see what was going to happen from a fucking mile away. And I'll say this, yeah. What I'll say is this. I ended up by myself in a car with 3 people that did not know that I had a shotgun on me, right? So by this stage, I had the shotgun barrel all the way down my pants and the handle of the shotgun was underneath my jacket, right? So cut a long story short, I ended up in the car with 3 people that I didn't want to be in the car with. Now, I'd already just wrecked this person, right? I can say that because it's what's happened. And so this in itself has caused a counteraction. Let's say this, right? Because where we were, I was from Marinda Park, and the person who I had this issue with was from Cranbourne. Now, I mean, you don't have to be a fucking super scholar to understand that there was obviously a rivalry between the Marinda Park boys and the Cranny boys, right? I was MPB, that was my gang's name. I'm not going to go any more into that. And anyway, so like I've just said, I've left my mate's house with a shotgun and I've just chinned my mate. Boof, boof. Like, he's knocked out, yeah, and I've taken his dad's guns. And I've fucked off in the car. And what is it? Whatever's happened, I've ended up at Cranbourne, at Marinda Park train station, car park, right? It doesn't have a front car park, it's only got a back car park, right? I'm at Marinda Park station, and so I've invited these people to a conversation with me at this train station, and I just thought in my head, let's just see how this plays out. And like by this time, like I said, all of my mates have dropped off, and I've literally just dropped one of them in his dad's shed, yeah, one of my best mates. And so in my brain, I'm thinking, no one's going to do this to me, and I promise you, I need you guys to understand this so you understand the state of mind I was in. Like, I'm split from arsehole to breakfast. I've got bones hanging out. I'm seeing knuckles, and I really feel like I've had better taken of me. And at the time, I didn't have a really good flight or fight response. I always had a fight response, and that was my response for everything. And so, anyway, on this day, I've invited these people to the Marinda Park station, and we've ended up in an argument, right? We've ended up in an argument, and they've chucked me in the back of the car. They've chucked me in the back of the car. Now, I'm talking, this is maybe 2003, right? So I'm talking cars weren't like they are today. You literally could just either pull a little button and get straight out of the boot, or pull a little fucking lever and the boot would open, or whatever, you know? It wasn't like it is today. And I remember, next thing you know, I'm in the boot of a car with a shotgun down my pants, right? I'm down my pants. I've got a shotgun down my pants. No, I'm not going to bed. I'm finishing off my story. This is why people come here, to listen real gritty stories, not half-assed. Last year I was a fucking CEO. This year I'm a fucking prisoner. This is real fucking straight down the fucking line, gritty. If you were a part of it, this is how it was, and this is exactly how it was. And like I said, this moment in life turned me from normal citizen to full-time criminal. And I would not be telling you this story had I not been dealt with in some way through the law on this. So anyway, next thing you know, we're driving, we're going over bumps, and I'm like, one of two things are going to happen here. I'm going to open the boot and give everyone a very big surprise that's going to be very loud, or I'm going to get out of this boot and I'm going to jump in this back seat and have a fair crack at having a go at getting there before we get to the destination. And once I'm ADHD as fuck, and I'm also fucking very OCD. But in that time in my life, it was like, you can't take option B. You've got to take option A here. Because what happens if they get you to where they're going to take you and they shoot you through the boot? That was my thought. I'm like, I've got to fucking take a fucking nosedive out of this fucking back seat and just hope for the fucking best, which is what I did. Now, what I am prepared to say is this, is that I nosedived out of the back seat, out of the boot, and by this time, that thing was from down my pants and halfway up my jacket to in my arms. And I nearly killed everyone, including myself. Let's just say that, right? Because I jumped out like I was wide and let one go straight away. Boof. Now, when I say that this old man fucking shot ducks at a different fucking level than everyone, he had SGs in this fuck. I didn't know what different colour shotgun shells meant at the time. Now, I know what different colour shotgun shells mean. At the time, I had no fucking idea what anything meant. I did not. And I didn't care. All I knew is that I took 4 in my pocket and 2 was in it. That's all I needed to know. And so anyway, like I said, I dived straight out of that fucking door and went straight out of that fucking thing. I had it in my hand and went fucking boof straight away, right? Went straight through the fucking roof, straight between passenger 1 and passenger 2 in the front seat, right? Which automatically led us to fucking go, and then fucking like fishtail down the road. Passenger 1 and 2 are no longer in the vehicle, and I am now laying across passenger 3 and 4 with a fucking shotgun in my hand with SG shells in my hand. Not knowing that I had SG shells in my hand. And admittedly, I had no fucking idea at the time what SG shells were. And so admittedly, I had everyone else at the car at attention. It was fair to say that everyone was listening to Biffo at this stage. And it's fair to say that I turned the situation around. I got me from A to B. But the truth is that was so although that should have been my first prison sentence, it actually dragged out for a little bit longer than my second lot of charges, which I went to prison for first. So although I should have gone to prison on that first, I didn't. And the thing was, like the plastic guns, there was nothing to be found at the time of investigation except for big gaping holes in Commodore roof and maybe a little bit of fucking GSR all over the car. Other than that, that was the night that I entered into criminality with literally head first. You can't even, there's no way to look at it any other way than I entered into the world of criminality, left my job because I was a shooting suspect, and just dived head first into criminality. Just seems a little loose. Brother, that's not loose. That's reality. Do you know what? We've got 62 people in here right now. 53 people out of these 62 know exactly what I'm like. I'm not here sitting here gloating. I'm sitting here fucking telling you people the realities of this life, what no one else is willing to tell. And I literally say at the end of every fucking video, if you do exactly the opposite of what I did, you should do very well in life, actually. And so the reason I tell these stories is because this is exactly how easy it is for anyone in this community of today to get involved in this bullshit, which is exactly what we see all over the news today. And so if you found that anything that I have told you tonight has made you feel a little bit offensive, thank you. Then that is exactly what I have tried to fucking get done here. Because I am trying to let you know that this is the reality of what goes on behind closed doors. And if this is what was going on when I was 18, 19, and I just turned 43, what the fuck is happening in society today? This is my point. I don't understand why people say, Biff, go to bed, Biff, shush, Biff this, Biff that. Man, I'm an expert at this. I've been doing social media for a very long fucking time. And when it gets to a point like this and when you think, fuck, Biff really is fucking speaking fucking some real shit here, well, you know that you've got to listen, because the reason I speak like this and so openly is because I put my heart on the line so no one else has to. It's as simple as that. If I can do what I do every time here and come on here and tell you the realities of this life, so it's not all fucking glitters and fucking nice bikes, nice cars, hot girls, all this fucking bullshit that you're fed through the media, I'm doing the right job. Brother, I've been sitting here in front of you, and if you join my chats on any other time, I get this fucking involved on everything. Rightio, it is the weekend, and you might have seen me have one or two cans. I am definitely the furthest thing from drunk. Yeah, I am a lot more animated than I usually am when I drink, but this is exactly why 95% of the people join this chat, because you know why? Because it is reality. And I'm sorry, bro, if I have offended you because of what I have said, then I'm sorry, bro. Then maybe yeah, maybe, I don't know, this isn't for you, bro. But this is as real as what it gets. You know what I mean? I'm not one of these other dickheads who do YouTube now and try and say they were a gangster, but last year in their videos they're telling us they're a CEO. Or last year in their videos they're doing drag racing videos, and now, you know, next thing you know, they're like the biggest gangster in Melbourne. I don't understand it. You want to know what? You can fact check my name. Fact checked it. My name is Leif Hughes. LeifHughes. That's my name. Jump on Google and have a quick search, and I promise you, you will find just as animated stories as I've just told on Google, and that is the reality of it. I don't sit here and talk shit, I talk realities. And, like, I'm sorry, if this has made you want to fucking change your tampon, I'm sorry. Nah, you know what? Oi, guys, I'm jumping off. Thank you absolutely to every single legend who joins my chat every single time. Thank you to everyone who doesn't take offense to real life stories rather than like bullshit stories that you're getting fed here on YouTube. I'm sorry that you take offense to it, but this is as real as what stories get. Do you know what I mean? I lived that real life. You know what the craziest thing is? I'm just talking about general life. I lived fucking 14 lives prison life. I lived 12 years bike club life. I've lived a life of lives, let me tell you that. And which has given me enough initiation to be able to sit here and talk about what I'm talking about tonight. And this is the truth, guys. Oi, thank you, Grant Williams. This is the truth, guys. If you honestly think that anything that I have said tonight is more than above and beyond, then this maybe isn't what is for you. Now, although we are the most accepting fucking community on YouTube, we are a community that is full of people that are ex-prisoners, ex-drug addicts, ex-fucking criminals, and not only that, we've got people that are family members of criminals, family members of drug addicts, family members of this and that, and everyone joins this chat because I tell it exactly how it is. And so I'm sorry if it fucking makes you get a little bit of offended when I tell you that you maybe should change your tampon. But listen, maybe this isn't really what you fucking come to join. That's the truth of it. Anyway, guys, it gets to a point where I feel like you can only do so much. Do you know what I mean? I sit here, I could fucking spit the absolute God's truth all day, and I would have people cut me down in absolute shreds and try and tell me that I'm talking nothing but absolute turkey. But here's the truth, guys. Every single thing that I have spoken about tonight is absolute truth and fact. And here's the absolute fucking ring-ding-a-ding, folks. There's people in this chat right here that have been along this ride with me before my fucking social media and can tell you everything that I've spoken about is facts. And I can promise you, if what I have spoken about tonight has hurt your fucking pride a little bit too much, then maybe this isn't what is for you. Do you know what I mean? I'm here to help people get away from that life. You know what I mean? And the last thing that everyone here who has come here to get away from that life and walk away from it and wants to hear is the same thing what every other cunt has told them their whole life, that you're doing too much, you're doing this, you're doing that, you're doing this. Bro, have a chill pill. go to the fucking local 7-Eleven, buy a Coke, have a smile, and shut the fuck up. Because this is what I do, bro. And if it is too much for you, well then, bro, it's not for you, is it? Do you know what I mean? I'm sorry to reoffend. And I can't even be any more straight down the line when I say I am sorry to reoffend, because I mean that. I absolutely do. But I can't even be any more real down the fucking line that this is real life shit that I talk about. Real life shit. Not real fucking fake shit. My best friend's friend got fucking murdered last night. I live this fucking life. I live this fucking life, and this is what I do. Do you know what I mean? My best friend's murder got shot, and my best friend's best friend got fucking shot and murdered last night. Like, I live this life, and I try and help these people walk away from this life. You can't tell me any different, and I ain't even going to sit here and listen to anyone try and tell me any different. To 99.9% of you in the chat, I know that you guys have my back. And I know that, yeah, all right, I've had a couple of fucking sherbets tonight and I get a little bit animated, but this is the truth. I talk the absolute truth. Nothing is going to make me tell a lie. Regardless, it wouldn't even matter. I tell the truth. And like I said, if this is a little bit too much for you, well, then maybe you should go have a Coke and a smile and come back tomorrow, digress, and think if this is for you. Do you know what I mean? I don't want you to leave, but I also don't want you to stay and tell everyone that what I'm saying is bullshit. You know what I mean? I come on here and I put myself on show, and I am very fucking transparent, and I'm very open, and I'm very fucking honest. And I sit here and I put myself on show for you, bro, my biggest hater. Do you know why? Because one day you will watch me and you will see what I'm saying is the truth. And you will not see me sitting here like these other fucking dickheads who are in the same genre as me trying to fucking glorify this bullshit. I don't say the stuff that I say to try and glorify it. I say it to let you guys know that I have lived it. I have lived it. And I am here. I'm a fucking triple OG. I have been on the slab 4 times. I've been clinically dead 4 times. I've been stabbed 7 times. 7. I've been shot twice. I shouldn't be here to tell my story, but I am. And that's why everyone joins here tonight, because I am so raw and so true and so fucking correct, and there is no any other 2 ways about it. I am Biff, and there is no fucking grey area with Biff. I am black or white, and the grey area cocksuckers is just not me. Anyway, legends, thank you. I can see absolutely every single one of you legends dropping in the chat there and showing me support, which absolutely really fucking makes me do what I do. And I promise you guys, like, I don't want to put myself on show, yeah? Like, I wake up in the morning and I say this, yeah? I put myself on show for the betterment of other people, yeah? I tell people real life stories which really, really happen and which can happen to you. To hope that, guys, do you guys know, not the lovers in the chat, the haters, do you guys know how many people I've actually helped walk away from a life of crime? Do you know how many fucking young men I actually helped walk away from that gang life and now live a very fruitful, normal life? Do you know how many men I have helped walk away from a bike club because everyone else thinks that it cannot happen? Do you know how much work I have actually fucking put in here, putting my own life on the line to make sure other people's lives are better? So much. I get up every single day and I literally say to myself, this is what I am born for. I thought to myself my whole life, yeah, I was put on this planet to fucking hurt people, yeah? I thought that was my calling. I thought, yep, everyone calls me when they want business done. Why? Because the fucking job gets done, right? So I thought to myself, that was my calling. You need a job get done, call Biff, yeah? But here's the truth. Couldn't even be any far from the truth. My calling is this. I say this all the time, guys. I'm not a preacher. I'm a prime example. And I say it for one reason and one reason only. And that is this. I have lived the life that many people have wanted to live. I have lived through the life that many people have wanted to live. And I am here to tell my story. If you can meet anyone else in your life that's been stabbed 7 times, like I'm talking stabbed in the jugular. Let me show you. Hang on. I'm overweight, so I'm embarrassed. There. There you go. Stabbed in the heart. See that scar there? See that scar there? That's from being stabbed. See that scar there? That's from being stabbed. See that scar there? That's from being stabbed. Like I promise you guys, there's not many people that have lived through the shit that I've lived through. I've been stabbed 7 times. I've been shot twice. You want me to show you some bullet wounds? All right, sweet. Let's go. I'll show you one. Now, this was the craziest thing, right? So I got this bullet wound, no shit. So we're at a fucking party, fight breaks out, bang, 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 fights are breaking out, and then next thing you know, guns get pulled, yeah? I'm young, yeah? And so I'm like, none of us had guns on us. And so I was taught very young, probably the most stupidest thing that I was ever taught. Someone pulls a gun on you, you run away. If someone pulls a knife on you, you run away. If someone pulls a gun on you, you run towards them, yeah? And so that, in my mind, that's exactly what I did, yeah? So I ran straight towards this person with the gun. I grabbed the gun straight off this fucking guy. Bang, out of his hand with a bit of fucking wrestle was a pistol, right? And so in my head, this is the only guy with a gun, right? So I've got my friends are literally 200 meters in front of me. All this shit's happened in fucking 5 seconds. I've grabbed the gun. I've run away. I've thought I've fucking, like, killed the threat. I've got the gun in my hand, yeah? And I'm running like a motherfucker. Right? So then next thing you know, I hear bang. And I'm running. And then a poof. Fucking cartwheeled me, yeah? And I'm like, what the fuck? So this is what happened. All right, so give me a second so you can see my leg. All right, so bullet went in there. Wait, you can't even see my finger. Bullet went in there. Let me try and get it close up here. You can see the bullet hole there. And then the bullet came out all the way down here, right there. If you have a look right, hang on, you need to see my finger right there. Wait. There. Wait, it's hard because it's mirrored. Fuck off. Right there, yeah? See there? Right there. I'll move my hand away. Anyway, right there is the scar where it came out. and right there is the scar where it came in. Right? So like I said, on that night, I thought I had alleviated the threat. The dude, like I said, pulled the gun. It was a normal fight. I ran straight at the dude with the gun and was like, yeah, bro, not today. Ran straight at him, pulled the gun, pushed it straight up into his face, yeah? And I promise you, that will make anyone drop a gun, yeah? And so anyway, I had the gun and I straight away turned around and started running. And then I swear to God, it was the craziest thing. The bullet went in and out. So like I'll have to do it so the cameras can see it. So the bullet went in and out when my leg was like this. So I'm running and my leg, you know, when your leg's like this when you're running, like, fuck. Why is my camera so hard to fucking stupid? Anyway, fuck you, camera. So when my leg was like this, wrong way, fuck, I can't even do it. Anyway, when my leg was like this, I'm running, bang. So the bullet went straight in, straight out of my leg. Yeah, straight in, straight out. So yeah. So like I said, been stabbed 7 times. That is one that I should not have survived. Give me a second here, guys. I'm just going to take this off for a sec. This is one I should not have survived. It goes from there all the way down to there. And so that was a pot. That was a schooner, actually. So that was at the pub. Bang, bang, bang. Really not much had happened. Drink spilt. Dude was pissed off because the drink spilt. I said, bro, I'm here with all my lady friends. Like, please, bro, I'll buy you drinks for the rest of the night. I don't want any trouble, bro. But, like, seriously, if you want to fight me, I'll fight you. And then he was like, no, just buy me other drinks, blah, blah, blah. Long story short. Anyway, got him drinks, gave him drinks. I walked off and, like, so my friends, so I was there actually with my brother and his workmate. And then, so the girls that I was there with were there, like my brother's workmates, friends that he knew. Anyway, so I didn't know these girls really. And anyway, I was there by myself. My brother went home because he had to go to work. Same with my brother's mate. So I'm left there at the pub with these 2 chicks. And and then the drink spilled. I bought the dude another drink, and then I'm walking off, and as I'm walking off, he just went whop. He smashed the fucking schooner and went whop. Stuck it straight in my neck. I swear to God, I died fucking 3 times that night, yeah? So like I went bang straight away, put my hand on my neck because it felt like, I don't even know how to say what it felt like. Like by this time, I'd already been stabbed here. I'd already been stabbed here and here. So I'd already been stabbed 2 times. I knew what it felt like to be stabbed, which is generally you don't feel it. Like regardless of what people think, blades are that sharp. Generally, if you are like in the middle of a fucking situation, you're not going to feel getting stabbed, yeah? I promise you. I've been stabbed 7 times and only once did I feel it. That night was fucking crazy, man. He stabbed me in the neck. I went like that, like, fuck. Like, I actually thought he punched me in the neck, yeah? And I was like, in my brain, this is my dumb shit brain, yeah? In my dumb shit criminal brain, I'm thinking, whoa, why haven't I ever thought of that? That was the best move ever. Because in my head, I thought, bang, he's punched me straight in my carotid artery, and that's been enough. Because, like, I don't know if you guys know what actually knocks people out when you punch them, but when you punch someone in the jaw, what actually makes them knock out is their jaw disconnects from their skull. And so what actually happens is you have these tendons in between your jawbone and I promise you, this is what makes you get knocked out, people. And so, anyway, that's what gets people knocked out. So, anyway, I've gone like this, like, fuck. And I remember, so the girls they were standing right in front of the beer garden. And I remember going, like, fuck. And they're going, are you all right? Because, like, I didn't know what had happened. It happened from behind. All I thought is some kind of punch me in the fucking carotid artery. And in my head, all I'm thinking was, bro, that's a good move, because it nearly took me out. And, like, I remember, like, walking over to the door of the beer garden, which it was dark outside, so it was like a mirror. And I remember putting my hand like this, and I took my hand off, and I swear to God, guys, the blood was spurting further than I can put my arm. So, obviously, this has put me into a world of panic. But not only that, like at the end of the day, I'm a gladiator. Do you know what I mean? And that's how I've always seen myself, and I guess that's what always ended me up getting hurt. You know what I mean? Because I always consider myself a gladiator, and gladiators don't. But not only that, my name is Leif. Yeah, Leif. If you guys know, the most famous Viking in history's name is Leif Erikson, right? My grandmother's maiden name is Erikson. We are firm believers that we are direct descendants of Eric the Red, which is Leif Erikson's father, and then Leif Erikson. So I'm not the only Leif in my family. We have about 4 or 5 of us, actually. And so we all believe that we're Vikings, yeah? So obviously in my demented mind at the time, I'm thinking that the only way I'm getting to Valhalla is if I die violently, yeah? And I swear to God, this is how I used to think. I used to think that I believe in the Norse religion, and in the Norse religion is that the only way you can get to fucking Nordic heaven is if you die violently, right? And the reason that all came about is because Vikings and violence came hand in hand, yeah? And so in order to get to Viking heaven, you had to die violently, right? So I swear to God, my brain, that's what I thought my whole life. My name is Leif, my grandmother's name is Erikson, and we are Norwegian, and we are like I believe that I am from fucking blood of fucking greats, which only led me to nothing but turmoil, I promise you. Those stupid, dumb thoughts that I had, which are true, like we are, but like me thinking I'm a Viking and me thinking that I have to die violently. I'll tell you something. I'll tell you something right now. This will test you, a man from a fucking mouse, yeah? When you've done something in your life, when you've been stabbed in the neck and you've just lost 3.5 liters of blood, you're a no negative blood group, which means, I don't know if you guys know, I'm the rarest blood group there is, yeah? So in order for me to get a blood transfusion is basically, like, I am literally better off trying to get a fucking, an FX, what did they call them? The 1957 instead of the FX. I'd have a better chance of getting a fucking XY fucking GTHO. Do you know what I mean? I have more hope. But here's the truth. Those dumb shit thoughts led me to death many times, and I'm so lucky to be here. Now, although I do come from the blood of Vikings, I'm not a fucking Viking. I'm not. And like, yeah, I've been shot twice, and I have been stabbed 7 times. I shouldn't be here to tell my story, but I am. And you know what? I fucking love that I can do that. You know why? Because I don't know many people that have been stabbed in the fucking jugular or the carotid artery. Doesn't matter. Either side, you get stabbed either side, you're fucked. I am one of the only people in history that I know that have had their carotid artery fucking and still here to tell my story. And you know what grinds my gears the most? And I feel nothing but happiness and love for this man. The person that saved my life that night, and had it not been for this person, I was under investigation at the time, guys. I was alleged to be selling copious amounts of fucking pharmaceuticals. I was a 1% bikie. I was this, I was that, right? So the night I got stabbed in the neck, I was under high security investigation, which means I had security cameras on me that we didn't even know that were on me. And they were after me and my brother, yeah? And so the night I got stabbed in the neck, the police officer that saved my life was one of the police officers that was investigating me and trying to put me in jail forever. And blows my mind. It's crazy. Police officer saved my life. Fucking crazy, eh? All right, guys, I'm just going to go to the Brasco. Even though I did say I was going to get off an hour and a half, 2 hours ago, you know I love you too much. I can't do it. I know everyone thinks, oh, he's been drinking, rah, rah, rah. I've been all right, guys. You know what I mean? Keeping it above board, but I am going to go to the Brasco, which means the toilet. So I am going to chuck some fucking very fucking crazy songs on for ya. Boy, don't. Your job is to point up at that camera, and that's your only job, fan. You are a big fan of mine, but just point at that camera and we'll all be happy.
Reverend, is this a conspiracy? Crucified for no sins, an image beneath me. Lost within my plans for life, it all seems so unreal. I'm a man cut in half in this world, left in my misery. The Reverend, he turned to me without a tear in his eyes. Nothing new for him to see. I didn't ask him why. I will remember the love our souls had sworn to make. Now I watch the falling rain. All my mind can see now is yours. Well, I guess you took my youth and gave it all away, like the birth of a newfound joy. This love would end in rage, and when she died I couldn't cry. The pride within my soul, you left me incomplete, all alone as the memories now unfold. Believe the word, I will unlock my door and pass the cemetery gate. Sometimes when I'm alone I wonder aloud if you're watching over me. Someplace far abound, I must reverse my life. I can't live in the past and then set my soul free. Belong to me at last. Through all those complex years I thought I was alone. I didn't care to look around and make this world my own. And when she died I should have cried and spared myself some pain. You left me incomplete, all alone as a memory still remains. The way we were, the chance to save my soul, and my concern is now in vain. Believe the word, I will unlock cemetery gates. The way we were, the chance to save my soul, and my concern is now in vain. Believe the word, I will unlock my door and pass the cemetery gates.
I love that song.
Yeah.
Yeah. Sometimes that phone call changes everything. 1 minute you're chilling.
Yeah, nah. Oh, yeah, no, I'm not putting that song on. Wait, stop. I can't do it. I'm not strong enough. Isn't it funny how songs can do certain things to you? Crazy, bro. Well, I wrote the words to this song.
Met you in the chaos. Thought I found my life, but you were dancing with shadows deep into the night. I gave you all my heart, tried to be your cure. A little love ain't enough when the poison's got a lure. And it broke me in pieces, watching you fade away. You love the high more than you ever loved the day. Now the echoes of your laughter are just ghosts in my mind.
What have you heard now? Where the word Glasgow comes from? I'll tell you something, right?
I tried to
Try to
hold you
hold you
close, but you slipped through like skin. Told myself I'd fix it.
Nah, I'll really tell you this. I'll tell you something, right? So people think, right, and the most common argument is on this scenario is so many people think that the word Brasco comes from obviously Donnie Brasco, the police informer that paraded himself to be a mafia member, blah, 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 actually got put on as a mafia member, blah, blah, blah. Oi, the Donnie Brasco story is pretty unique, but I promise you that is not the reason why we call the toilet the Brasco. And I promise you, it would only take you guys the simplest 5-minute Google search to find out why people in prison in Australia or England or the UK, I mean, call the toilet the Brasco. And I promise you, it has nothing to do with Donnie Brasco, the very famous police informant. All right. I'm looking for one thing and one thing only. Where is she? I'm joking. What was the response to why you did mention the 09s? What was the response to why? Elaborate. Now, I only say that because, like, I talk about a lot and, like, I have a very, very bad memory. But if you fucking rehash my memory, I will be able to definitely give you the answer you want. Aussies are built different. I'll tell you something. I've done prison with some mofos, yeah, that consider themselves to be fucking hard mofos. I've done real life with people that consider themselves to be hard mofos. But I'll tell you something. There's only two other races that I've found in my time that are on the same level as Aussies are when it comes to, like, punching in the face and not giving a fuck, all that kind of shit. I'll tell you that. And they come from the UK. So the Irish, I'll tell you something. So if you come from Ireland and you rock up into my prison yard, guess what? Guess what your name's going to be? I don't even care if your name's fucking Tim. Your name is now Ireland. And if your name is not Ireland, guess what? It's Irish. And that is your name. And it doesn't matter what country you come from. If you come from fucking El Salvador, your name is going to be El Salvador. No, oi, Vandal, please, don't take no offense to that. I actually was just answering the question. Please, guys, I would never ever say anything that intentionally offends you guys. Sometimes I can say some things that, like, people don't understand because of, like, the life that I am from and have lived. But yeah, I mean no offense by anything ever. Irish is not the UK. All right, now, okay, all right. There was gonna have to be a couple that were gonna jump on it, but you know what I'm saying. All right, fair enough. I said the wrong thing, but you know what I meant. I just meant that they were from that same isle, although Ireland does not fucking identify as England. Obviously, there's a whole fucking Protestant fucking uh, yeah thing going on there. My nickname was Irish from the Maoris. So you know this, right? So I used to get invited to. I've got a lot of Kuru mates. I've got a lot of Islander mates. So I used to get invited to, like, um, Waitangi Day a lot. And I used to get invited to NAIDOC Week a lot. And I remember the first time I ever went into NAIDOC Week, which is, I mean, Waitangi Day, which is the Māoris celebration. And so the big Islander screw said, "What's your whānau?" And I had enough Islander friends to know that whānau means family. And I already knew that all my Islander mates called me Oka because I was an Aussie. And then I already knew that the majority of the fucking Maori family start with Ngāti, like Ngāti Oka. And anyway, like Ngāpui. Um, anyway, the screw said to me, what's your whānau? And I straight away said, in my brain just said this. My mates call me Oka. They call each other Ngāti, the start of their family. And I said, he goes, what's your family? I said, Ngāti Oka. And I swear to God, the biggest Islander screw at the prison just fucking nearly curled over. And he was like, bro, how can I not let you in? He's like, he literally just said the Maori name first and you put Oka first because you're an Aussie. He goes, how can I not let you in? And then I swear, every other Waitangi fucking day after that, I'd get invited. because I was Natioka. So if you guys don't know, there's so the Maori, which is the Maoris, generally called Maori. They call themselves Maori, and they all um, 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 describe come from a tribe. Considering where your family is from and what part of New Zealand you're from, if you're from the South Island, if you're from the North Island, blah blah blah, right? And so I knew all this because my Islander mates had told me this, and yeah, that was just the best. The Ngāti was the best. But I'll tell you what, legends, we've been on live for 5 hours, 13 minutes, and 15 seconds. I did say about 2 hours ago I was getting off in 10 minutes, but I'll tell you what, I'll get off in 17 minutes. When we hit 5 hours, 30 minutes, we'll jump off. Righto, let's go. We need one more subject we're going to talk about before we go. Sorry, we need to be doing all promotions possible. We need one more fucking subject to talk about. Hang on. One more subject to talk about. And then, yeah, we'll probably hit the frog and toad. That's been a good 5 hour, 14 minute, 32 second live. Is this still live? Yeah, we do real lives. We do real people lives, like reality lives. I think we are we should patent reality lives. Like, I'm not talking about IRL streaming. I'm talking about we talk about reality here in the live. And look, if you guys didn't even know, I bought this. I paid for this. Wait, where the fuck did you just go? There. All right, so I paid for this. This is a gold Cast Chronicles. Well, it says on the brooch, yeah, but men don't wear brooches. We wear badges, I think. How fucking cool is that? Wait, I'm going to take it off so you can have a look. I think everyone needs to buy one of these. I think I need to put these on the merch store. Do you know what? I put the ring up, and everyone said that they wanted to buy the ring. Do you know what? I can actually make that ring happen. That's a part of my merch store. I actually put that questionnaire, I'll say, up to see the actual. Boy, how fucking cool is this? Look at this. Do you know what? It doesn't look as cool as what it should. There you go. And you know what's actually cool about it? It actually says OG crew down the bottom. So if you guys know, you know. Look at that. It says OG crew down the bottom. Oi, that's how you know that I fucking love all of you guys. Because, like, I get personal jewelry made up and it adds everyone in it. I love that. But you know what? I'm not going to lie. I was a little bit. Do you know what? Just because my collector brain says things are worth so much money when you don't get them out and show all your friends. So anyway, this is the cool little case that they gave me for my fucking Chaos Chronicles medallion. Now let me show you. I promise you, I didn't want to open it because I thought that it was going to be like vacuum sealed, and I was like, nah, there's no way I can't do it. And then, like before, I was like, all right, while no one was watching, I opened it and seen if it, and this is what it does. Look, it doesn't. It doesn't. Fuck yeah! What's up? Look up. No, I didn't just say what you thought I said. Wait, wait. I need you to listen to fucking Jurok. I need you to swing low, bro. Swing low. There you go. Look at that. Fucking wang-a-ding-ding. Wait. Apparently, if I put my hand behind it, it makes you see it easier. Do you know what? I fucking hate you fucks that say that. You like sell me something and then you say it does this. And because you think I'm a half plonk. Hey, that worked good. Look at that. The Chaos Chronic. Oh, it's backwards, you dumb fuck. I swear to God, Biff. You were fucking brought up with a fucking. Alright, here we go. Second try. Look at that. The Chaos Chronicles OG crew at the bottom there. Wait, it actually goes that way. Look at that. Oi, Steve will do it. If you see this post, I don't even know. I don't know. Tell me to come over to America and I'll show you how to. Bro, you can't even drink a bottle of vodka. I got a black belt in origami. Yeah, you know what? If you guys heard me earlier on tonight, I was like, I always show this most live because I'm so proud of it. But I was like, I really don't want to take it out of this cool little fucking awesome package that they've given it to me in. And then just a part of me tonight said, if you don't do it, you fucking give fucking Julian Knight reach arounds. And I was like, fuck that. Oh shit, I just dropped it out of the packet. That's how keen I was to get it out. Biff, you should make a Chaos Crew OG pocket watch for yourself. Oi, forever. Do you know something? I'll tell you something, right? So, Bush Rangers, if he was here, he'd be able to tell you. So, one of my family members found Ned Kelly's brother's gun in around Lake McCowan, Glen Rowan area. And so my family's name's written in history there. But anyway, truth is, the museum came along and said, guess what, you fucking pauper family? Just because you found it doesn't mean you can keep it. We're going to take that gun off you, and if you try and take it back off us, we're going to put you all in jail, which is exactly what happened, and we lost that gun. But if Aussie Bush Rangers was here, he'd be able to tell you that that's a true story. Is Mick Gatto the Australian version of John Gotti? Look, I'll say this, right? I always get people trying to ask me things about Mick Gatto, but here's the truth, right? I'll tell you what I know Mick Gatto as. A boxing identity, the owner of one of the biggest crane companies in Victoria. I am a crane driver by trade. That is my trade. I have my C2 CV crane license. And I think that people get mixed prior life mixed up when it was mixed up with like gambling and all that stuff, and I think that they get that a little bit mixed up because of who Mick is now, and because he holds such a lot of stature in the building community. A lot of people like to let the news feed the narrative and let them say what they want. Like Mick's a hard-working man. Do you know what I mean? He actually fucking put a stop to the biggest gangland war that's ever been in Melbourne. It doesn't matter what you say, what you think, what you rah rah rah. Benji tried to fucking get one up on Mick that day, and Mick fucking got one up on him. And fucking, it is what it is. Do you know what I mean? Like fucking mano or mano. Me casa su casa. But you were fucking me casting in the wrong su casa, brother. So the cops pretty much treated you and your family like they did the Kelly family. How ironic. I'll tell you something, brother. I'll tell you something, yeah? When the police can fucking grab a very prominent member of my family, female, and try and fucking razzle them up with fucking charges from other members of our family, yeah, fucking oath. We were treated exactly like the Kelly family. And as a matter of fact, when we used to, like when I used to get arrested and this and that, like the coppers used to try and tell me that you think you're Animal Factory. You and your family think you're Animal Factory. I'm like, you fucking retards have got no fucking idea. Animal Factory's got nothing on mine. You fucking muppets. Anyway, legends, I've spoken a lot of truths tonight, a lot of fucking realities. I've gone above and beyond. We've been live for 5 hours, 24 minutes, and 34 seconds, which means we're going to be live for another 5.5 minutes, and then I'm jumping off, legends. I've got a big day tomorrow, so I need you guys to know that once I do my filming tomorrow, I can't do any more Melbourne filming for 2 weeks. So tomorrow's filming is imperative. It's going to finish off my filming that I've been fucking doing for the last 3 weeks, my Streets of Melbourne documentary. And yeah, you guys aren't going to be disappointed. But you guys need to know that, yeah, I literally can't do any more traveling for the next 2 weeks. I've got nothing but doctor's appointments. So we'll be stuck with just Biff. I'll tell you what, when your ghost hunting fucking equipment falls over with no fucking reason to fall over at all, you know that there's something going on. Let me show you something. As you guys know, I used to do ghost hunting. I am still today Australia's largest ghost hunter as far as subscribers go. Look at this, right? This is all my ghost hunting equipment right here. Look, you guys know how that usually looks. All in one foul swoop. That's a K2 meter, which is a EMF meter that detects electromagnetic field. That is a quake pod, which is called a quake pod, which was not only turned upside down but back to front. And this thing right here is what we call a spirit box. And I swear to God, while I was just talking to you right then, every single one of them just, you guys know, that's exactly how that looks every other time. And I swear to God, you just seen how it looked? All 3 of those devices just went. This is the shit I deal with all the time. I deal with this paranormal shit all the time. I don't speak about it much because people think that the paranormal is cuckoo, and if you speak about the paranormal, you're a fucking loopy loop. But yeah, this shit really happens in my house, guys. I believe I've got a connection. I think they want my Harry Potter wand. Wait, give me a moment. It's Patriotism. It's not Leviosa. It's Leviosa. All right, you fucks, if you don't believe me, that that's the actual fucking Harry Potter one. Don't make me fucking bring the certificate of authenticity out. Oh, fuck. I just dropped my wand. Do you know what you're actually supposed to do? You're supposed to set the fucking stuff up like that and then stick it in like that. You know what I mean? That's basically like a wand dom. That's a wand dom. That's so you know when you're putting your fucking wand in your package that it's safe. That's when you know that your wand is safe in your package. When you've got a package safe wand. All right, legends, I'm out of here. You guys are absolutely fucking awesome. But nah, I'm going to be on here for another fucking 1 minute and fucking 13 seconds. This is my favourite new art piece. I must say, even though I bought these little fuckers that were like just mini ones of them, and you would have thought, right, if you bought like 2 little fucking willy-nillys, that you could get them to do this. You could get them to do this on your fucking floor. They're not playing that game at all. They're like, nah, bro, nah, we're not made for fucking mating season balloon fucking dogs. We can't be doing, like, I promise you, you think you could set your dog up there to fucking mate, but nah, they're not having it. They're not having it. All right, guys, good night. Absolute legends. And as always, up the bum, no babies. All right. Absolute legends. I'm trying my best not to dribble right now. All right, legends. I will see you all. No doubt you'll see me tomorrow. 7 p.m. I've told you, every day this month we'll be doing videos at 7 p.m. every day this month. We'll be doing live. So just so you guys know and you're not confused, if I go live tonight, means I'm not going live tomorrow night, yeah? I never do 2 lives 2 nights in a row. And there's a reason for that. And the reason is it really, really affects my YouTube algorithm and stuff like that. Because YouTube thinks I'm trying to put more live streams out than videos, blah, blah, blah. And yeah, YouTube's not kick. So yeah. All I can yes, you gave it all away like the birth of a newfound joy. Look at me and JJ. Look at me and JJ. We're a piece in the fucking in the art gallery, and everyone's just checking us out. Do you think it's because of my fucking raindrop tattoo? Cemetery gates. All right, legends, absolute legends. Yeah, this has been a 5-hour and 32-minute live. We've been live since 9 p.m. I'm absolutely fucking buggered. I'm ready for a good night's sleep, which is probably not going to be the best night's sleep because I've got to go to Melbourne tomorrow. But yeah. Through all those complex years, I thought I was alone. I didn't care to look around and make this world my own. And when she died, Why isn't the stream? What? Why my chat's not showing up on the screen? It's showing me like AI chat. Nice gameplay. Love the background music. First time here. Hi everyone. Hello from YouTube. Just follow, keep it up. I don't fucking know. Is that real? Is it not real? Anyway, legends, I'm out of here. You guys have been fucking awesome. This has been a 5-hour and 33-minute stream, and I will see you guys regardless tomorrow, 7 p.m. premiere, and there will be no live tomorrow night, but we'll definitely have a 7 p.m. premiere. We'll have a 7 p.m. premiere or a 7 p.m. premiere. Anyway, we'll be doing it at 7 p.m. tomorrow night. Much love. And as always, guys, don't do drugs and crime and you won't end up in prison. Thank you to all our new fucking viewers, subscribers, chatters. Thank you. You guys are absolutely awesome. We couldn't do this without you. I'm about to go eat some food. Much love, much respect. Don't do drugs and crime and you won't end up in prison.